Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, a movie.
It is a movie.
All right, we're gonna. We saw it separately.
Yep.
We didn't see it together. We're going to give each other.
We have not discussed it one iota.
Not at all.
Okay.
You saw it 2 days ago. I saw it last night.
Yep.
We haven't talked about it at all, so this is going to be our first reaction.
Yeah, so everyone at home is getting legitimately our very first conversation about the newest Marvel movie live.
Yes. Okay. All right. So on the count of 3, we are going to give our scores out of 10.
Okay.
All right. 1, 2, 3. 5
7.
out of 10. Wow.
Okay. Okay.
Wow. 7.
I will go as low as a 6.5. I'll go 6.5, but not a 5. It's not a 5. It's not a 5.
7 out of 10.
It's not an 8. It's not a 9. It's not a 10, but it's not a 5.
What did you give? I don't know. Shang-Chi.
Oh, that's easily an 8 or an 8.5, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I could be convinced to drop it to like a 6.5, 6, but I don't think I'd be going lower than a 6. I think 5 is a little low.
So you enjoyed it. You had a good time.
Yeah, so one of the main things that I liked about it is I was not bored. I think something will drop in my mind out of 10 if I'm in a movie theater and I'm watching a movie and I am thinking to myself, oh, I'm watching a movie right now. You know what I mean? Like if I can consciously be bored enough to be like, oh, I'm sitting in a movie theater. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That didn't happen once.
Okay.
In the entire movie.
Okay.
I was in the movie.
Okay.
But yeah, well, do you want to talk about why you hate it, or should I talk about why I like it?
I didn't hate it. I mean, a 5 out of 10 isn't the worst thing in the world.
Okay. I'm going to give my quick recap of it, and then we can go into the spoilers bit by bit. Okay, so I'm going to say it was a good movie. It did not disappoint me. It did not blow me away. Okay. It had good comedy. Okay. It had some fun action. Mm-hmm. It had a great villain. Mm-hmm. It did not suck me in as much as, say, the Avengers would, or Guardians of the Galaxy,
of course
or Winter Soldier.
Yep.
But again, I was not bored. I think anyone who hates this movie is spoiled. I think it's a good movie. Okay. And I think people are just kind of spoiled and ready to hate on an MCU movie so recently.
Okay.
Now are we ready to spoil?
Okay. I mean, do you want me to give mine?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think this was great. I mean, it wasn't awful. Like I said, it's not Thor: The Dark Thor or The Incredible Sulk. It's certainly just their ants, but this time they're smaller than usual. They're really, really small in this one. I thought it was relatively bad. I think that there are moments in this movie that save it from being like a 0 out of 10 conversation. God, Paul Rudd is phenomenal.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. We'll get this into spoilers a little bit later, but this was like, for most characters, not all of them, very comic accurate. Wasp is the short hair, the yellow costume. Every time Evangeline Lilly was on the screen, I was freaking out. That was great. There was a bunch of things that I liked comic-wise. I don't think it's a spoiler to say that this Ant-Man movie is not like the other two.
Yeah.
It's very different, and I think that is the biggest thing that hurts it.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
No Luis, no T.I., no Desta Melchan.
Yeah. All right, let's go through
I just wish they were in it. All right,
so
spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! This is a spoiler for Ant-Man. We're ants, but we're really small, and we're smaller than usual. The movie.
When did you first... What are some things you didn't like?
I do not like I didn't love Catherine Newton's performance as a whole.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
Why?
She's hot.
Very hot.
And she did fine.
I just like Cassie in the first two, she's very, very young.
Yeah.
And so she's like a child, so she's very positive, whatever. But then in the Endgame, where she's a different actress than this film, she's like very just glad to see her dad, everything like, oh my gosh, like this. And in this movie, she's so spiteful and cold, and I just didn't think.
What?
I thought that was out of nowhere.
It wasn't. What?
I thought her change was out of nowhere, personally.
We what? Okay, that's just a really stupid point. I think.
Why?
Why? We haven't seen her character really in almost 15 years.
No. Not 15 years,
okay,
but like you're right. Yeah, like there's a 5-year time jump from Ant-Man and the Wasp and then Endgame. But I think
there's more of a jump because it's been like another 5 years.
It hasn't been another 5 years. It has not been. It's supposed to. This movie takes place like months after Endgame.
Says who?
I bet you that the timeline's going to come out, and we'll be able to put this up, and you'll look like a fucking idiot. I bet you this movie takes.
I'm not saying one way or the other.
This place less than a year after Endgame. For
Says
sure.
who?
I don't know, but I like for sure that is the timeline.
Okay, number one, you don't know that for sure, and you said it like a fact. Number two, it doesn't affect the fact that there's plenty of reason for Cass. They explained Cassie's reasoning. They explained her why she was being spiteful.
All right.
That
Even if you want to say it makes sense, I didn't like it.
Okay, that's fair. You don't have to like it. It was a little annoying. Oh, the scene. Here's something I'll agree with you on. The scene where they're at dinner and all of them are ganging up on Scott. Do you remember that? That was so dumb. That felt very out of place.
Yes.
He literally saved the universe, and now they're getting onto him for writing a book about it?
Yes. And God, I love Michael Douglas in the first two movies. And Michael Douglas was great in this movie again, but God, Michelle Pfeiffer, why didn't she tell them? Oh, because they didn't write it yet. Oh, also, what? No, don't give me that. There's so much in this movie that is so painfully, they didn't write this yet.
Okay, give me another example.
They go back to the quantum realm in the after credit scene of Ant-Man and the Wasp so they can get the quantum particles for Ghost. That's the after credit scene of Ant-Man and the Wasp, and then they get dusted.
Yeah.
And he's stuck there for 5 hours. 5 years, 5 hours. We learned that in Endgame, right? Michelle Pfeiffer has no problem sending Scott into the quantum realm then.
Okay, that's fair.
But then in this movie, she's like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to beacon to the quantum realm. I don't want nothing to the quantum realm. We're not going to the quantum realm. I'm not talking about the quantum realm. Did you mention the quantum realm? F*** you.
That's fair. I think that could be
just because they didn't write it yet.
I think that could be explained pretty easily, but I see what you're saying.
I hated the opening scene.
What was the opening scene?
Oh, I hated it. It's better in context, but I hated.
There's no reason you use such harsh terms. It was a perfectly fine scene.
I turned to my girlfriend who I watched the movie with, and I said, "Oh, that's bad."
Why?
I just felt like it was very not Kang.
Yeah, but they explain what happened to him later.
Yeah, that he's like a manipulator in this, but I don't like that. I didn't like that. Did you love Kang in this movie?
Absolutely.
I did not.
Okay, then you're going to disagree with literally everyone on the planet. That's like the one major positive everyone agrees on.
His performance in Loki is layered. And I think his performance in this movie is so one note.
All right, you've given me 3 reasons so far, and none of them have. I'm willing and open to criticism of this movie. The 3 reasons you've given me so far I think are pretty garbage.
I don't care any of the people in the quantum realm.
Okay, that is one I'll agree about a little bit. They try to have this whole revolution thing and try to get you to care. I've seen that.
I like the guy with the holes.
Yeah, his little joke at the end didn't land as much for me.
What was the joke at the end?
Well, when he gets shot.
And then he's got, I got holes. That was hilarious.
It was kind of funny. I called it before he said it. It was kind of like you could tell it was coming.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't know.
He got shot a bunch, and I leaned over to Peter and said he has holes now before he even screamed. I think the comedy overall, mainly probably because of Paul Rudd, is just great, and Michael Douglas.
I like all of the Paul Rudds. That was probably my favorite scene.
Oh yeah, the Baskin Robbins one was pretty funny.
So good.
See, that's an interesting scene. It kept me like. Okay, you'll find this funny. In the first 40 minutes of the movie, I had a thought. And Peter said the thought out loud to me as soon as the movie ended without me saying anything. We both had almost the same exact thought. And that is, this was a Star Wars movie. It felt very much like a Star Wars movie. Mm-hmm. And then Peter went on to say, which is great because this is the best Star Wars movie we've gotten in years.
Wrong. The Bill Murray character, which by the way, didn't care for him. Bill Murray is very entertaining and he's good, but he's by far the worst of like major comedian in a small role characters that they have in the MCU. He's way worse than Jeff Goldblum's character in Ragnarok.
Oh, I mean, he just wasn't on screen as much as that guy.
Yeah, but Grandmaster is just way better, way more entertaining. And
Great. It's just a different character.
Whatever.
I think
Anyway.
Bill Murray did great.
Bill Murray was fine.
I understand you not liking the shortness and meanness of Cassie's character.
Yeah.
I don't think it's not explained. Number one.
Okay.
The Jonathan Majors performance. Obviously, I don't agree with that. He always does a great job. And then
I don't think that he's a bad actor.
yeah, I know. And then the first scene being you hating it. I think that's
I didn't like that. Yeah.
okay. You can say like, oh, I didn't really care for it. They explained it later.
No, I
but-
disliked it. It
Yeah, I know.
bothered me.
Saying you hated
They
that
do
scene.
explain
I don't
it
think
later.
there's any reason to say you hate that scene.
But,
It was a
like,
perfectly
can
good
you tell
opening
me
scene.
why that scene opened the movie?
Because everyone knows what King looks like. They've seen them in the trailers. They've seen them in Loki. So to start the movie with Ant-Man's mom, not mom, sorry,
Mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law.
They're not married, but
Who we've seen in the past movie, opening that with her living in the quantum realm and meeting Kang, which we have no idea has happened before, and starting you with that huge question mark and then explaining it throughout the movie is a perfectly great scene to start with.
Okay. I disagree, but you
So
gave
those
a
three
much
I don't
more
necessarily get. I agree with you.
reasonable.
I agree with you that they tried to create a little storyline with the people in the quantum realm and it didn't necessarily
Nope.
hit you very hard.
Yep.
It didn't bother me that much because like it's fine. It's just that's a good example of it being like a good movie because they've had that in there, but not a great movie because it didn't really matter that much.
Yep.
And I also really, really, really like the way that they brought Kang out. I think it was very much like a Steven Spielberg monster kind of movie where like you see Kang a little bit and a little bit more and people just keep talking about him. They never say his name, just him, and he's this big mystery, this big bad guy. You didn't tell him about him. He's coming. Oh, he's onto us. He found us, and it's really creepy and really scary until you finally see him. And I think that was really cool. That kept me engaged. I liked that part.
I also really liked that.
Cool.
That was really good. More things that I didn't like. MODOK.
Oh wait, I was about. Oh, dude, I was gonna. Can I guess? I was gonna say MODOK.
Oh my gosh.
Terrible. I agree with you. I think I'm gonna agree with you 100% on this. His design without his face was great.
I like the face. I'm glad that he's an ugly, hideous CGI monster, and he looked way better than he looked in the trailers.
Yeah.
That everybody was picking apart. I actually don't love the mask. I wish he didn't have the mask. It's more, I wish he had hair, but he's bald, so of course they kept him bald. I just, like the design I loved. He's in charge of AIM, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
And you make him this bitch henchman?
Yeah.
I hated that he was Darren Cross.
So we.
And then I hate that he switches at the end.
Absolutely, I'll give you that 100%. I did like the design because he looked like MODOK. Like they didn't try to change him
Correct.
that much. Even without I liked the mask. I liked it without the mask. I just thought it looked a little weird, like the CGI. And then at the end, the whole Cassie giving him a motivational speech and saying, "You don't have to be a dick," and then him coming in at the end, "I'm not a dick." I cringed so hard. It was so bad.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
I think the dialogue. Some people were saying that the writing was bad and the dialogue was bad. I think the dialogue's better than Black Adam. Everyone loves Black Adam.
All right, let's get to some positives. I've been on this movie. The design for Kang is mwah. Mwah.
So good.
The blue face,
Yep.
but it does it like it's a screen,
Yep.
so they can make him blue, comic accurate, but not paint him. We see it later in the credit scene that can look fucking weird.
Yep.
Right. So mwah. The mask, the cape, the green, the purple, they nailed it.
They nailed it.
The new Ant-Man suit is excellent, his best suit. The new Wasp, the hair, the suit,
Great.
Cassie's suit, MODOK, They nailed everybody in this movie, look-wise. Great. Everybody gives great performances.
Yep.
There's, other than Catherine Newton, I didn't love her performance. Everybody else I felt gave great performances. Like I said, I felt that Kang was a little one note, but I don't think that that's his fault. Love the ending with Kang. I love that they kill him. I don't think he's dead, but whatever. Like, I love that they defeat him. I love the way they defeat him. Open the portal. Wasp comes in and saves him. I love that they're not stuck in the quantum realm. I don't want to deal with that.
It's not old MCU.
Yeah.
You know, it's not Iron
No,
Man.
certainly
it's
not.
not Winter Soldier.
No, certainly
it's
not.
Whatever. It's not Infinity War.
No.
But it's a fun movie. I was entertained.
Now, can we move on to the meat and potatoes?
Yeah. You're a prophet. You're a prophet. We get it.
I am a genius.
Clink me for it.
How about that prediction?
Yeah.
How about that prediction, baby? If y'all don't remember, we will roll the clip. I also think Kang's gonna die. Spoiler alert. Yeah, I think he's gonna die because he like variants and everything. So Ant-Man's gonna kill that one, and then the after credit scene. This is gonna be a million. Episode 1. We filmed this. This came out 3 weeks ago. We probably filmed this 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I just fully said what was gonna happen in the movie. It did end up being a council of Kangs, kind of like the Council of Ricks from
There's a whole stadium of them.
Rick and Morty.
Yep.
But so that surprised me a little. That wasn't what I was imagining. I was imagining more, you know, at the end of the movie when they're in the restaurant and he's like freaking out and he's like, no, it's probably fine. And then he takes the bite and he's like, oh shit, right? I thought like around that scene he was going to look up and like his waiter was going to be Kang, and there was going to be a Kang at the other table, and then there was going to be a Kang at the window going like this. Like that's what I thought. That's what I was picturing.
Yeah.
But Council, I'm still right.
Yeah. You were close.
So
You
I'm
basically
right on
nailed
the
it.
money. I don't think he's dead. Do you think he's dead?
That one?
Yeah.
We've got plenty of other Kangs. Yeah, I think he's dead.
Good. That's cool. I like that. Clink me.
Clink you.
I like that. I don't think he's dead, but I like that you think that.
Yeah.
Can we get to the real after credit scene? Because as much as I love
was
being
very cool.
right, oh my gosh! You remember the last episode where I said that the MCU project I'm most excited for is Daredevil Born Again? Nope. Loki season 2. Oh my gosh. When I tell you, I paid $50 for 2 tickets to see this movie, okay? I have Fandango gift cards out the wazoo. The second after credit scene is worth the price of admission. I turned to Rachel and I went, oh, that was worth it. I would have paid $100 to see that. To see the old timies talking about time. And I'm like, that's Jonathan Majors. I was like, wow, we're getting 2 Kang after credit scenes. I'm like, what's going on here? And then they cut to Tom Hiddleston. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so
that was awesome.
I think it was a solid, fine, good movie.
Yep.
Not great.
Nope.
Not super disappointing.
Yep.
Still raises questions of how good the MCU is going to be moving forward.
I think we have enough flashes that I feel good. I'm so excited for the MCU's future, man.
I'm glad.
I'm excited.
Out of 10, 3, 2, 1, 9.5. You did this last time. You have to say a number.
All right, we'll go again.
3, 2, 1, 9.5.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
This is a new experience for me. I don't like being wrong,
Yeah, but you do it all the time.
but I was absolutely, completely wrong, and I owe the creators of this film and everybody involved an apology.
Because you said,
A week ago, I said, let's cool the jets
pump the brakes. Yeah.
on the hype and saying that it's better than the first one. I should have seen the film.
Are you going on record right now to saying it's better?
I'm going on record right now and saying it's clearly better than the first one. I
Wow.
think it's clearly the best animated movie of all time.
Okay.
I think look, it's absolutely recency bias with the way I'm talking right now, but I think this could be my favorite movie I've ever seen in my entire life.
Better than Empires.
Yes.
Better than War for the Planet of the Apes.
Better than New Hope, better than Parasite, better than Social Network, potentially. I'm not going to say that because
You got to give it some time.
I've seen it twice in the last 3 days and that's it. You know?
Right. So as far as reviewing goes, I think we are
But I want to...
particularly prepped to do so. I've seen it 3 times. You've seen it twice.
Yes, there's very rare for me to be like, I'm really ready to talk about this movie.
Yep.
Something that I want to say out the bat is I don't really throw around 10 out of 10s.
Mm-hmm.
This is my 9th 10 out of 10 movie I've ever given.
Into the Spiderverse was one?
Yeah. So it's like Empire, New Hope, War for the Planet of the Apes, Parasite, Citizen Kane, Social Network. There's a couple in there. Dark Knight, Into the Spider-Verse, obviously. Across the Spider-Verse has joined that conversation.
Dude, if they go 3 for 3, it'd be crazy. So what I want to say is, yeah, so I give it a 9.5. We'll talk about that later. It's obviously unbelievably good. I've seen it 3 times, and, we might go see it again.
I want to see it tonight. I know you don't, but...
I might.
But if you do, I would love...
Here's the thing. Here's one thing I want to say about this movie, because I've seen it a few times, and something that popped in my head was, it is... You could look at the last, especially of the year, but maybe of the last few years, it is like the best movie in every genre of movie, right? It's the best drama. The relationships, the emotions in this movie, amazing. It's the best comedy. I laughed in this movie. Like, that's not even the point of this movie, is to be a comedy, but it is. Every other line is just like, that was so clever. It's the best action movie. I know it's animated, but the action in this movie.
It's the best superhero action I've ever seen in my life.
Exactly. So it just checks I was thinking through all the different kinds of movies. I was like, it's the best in all of them.
Yep.
Yeah. So very, very good.
I was thoroughly blown away. So the thing we're really trying to say here is, go see this movie.
Go see the movie,
please.
To the Spiderverse. Spoiler time. If you haven't seen the movie, frick you. Go away.
All right.
Here we go.
All right. From now on, we're doing spoilers. Okay. 3, 2, 1. I can't believe they killed Miles, especially in the first 15 minutes. That was wild.
I really didn't see it coming.
No, I couldn't believe that they made the Spot the main protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
That shocked me. And then, just kidding. Now it's spoiler time.
All right.
I don't understand your problems. Let's start with that.
No.
What's the 0.5?
Nope. We're going to go through all of our pros, all of the good. We can talk about that at the end. What's our first good?
You want to start in order of the movie?
Yeah, let's kind of go through it.
The opening. The opening happens, and I was telling you, some of the shots in that movie are literally ripped straight from Gwen Stacy comics.
Speaking of...
Yeah?
This movie inspired me.
Okay.
I've seen it 3 times. Mm-hmm. After the 3rd time, I came home, and there's this wonderful thing called Google.
Yeah.
I put into Google Gwen Stacy comics.
Oh, yeah.
I got up early this morning before filming the pod.
Okay.
It's funny you say that. I have some reading to do.
I haven't read that one.
The amazing thing is, what you just said, this is so cool. This is the one I found online, and then I found it in a store near us. Look at the first page. It's her playing the drums in a setting almost exactly like the opening of the movie. And then look.
Yeah.
It's the exact same things. They don't know what to do with their song. Gwen says, hold up, starts playing the drums by herself, and then has the flashbacks of everything that happened that they show at the beginning of the movie.
Yep.
How cool is that? I looked up the best Gwen Stacy comics, and then I found this one online and read the first 2 pages, and I was like, no way did I find this one that is the exact same as the beginning of the movie. So
where'd you get it?
I found a comic book store that's 8 minutes from us. It's very cool.
Awesome.
They have a lot of stuff.
And they had that?
This was the one I wanted, and she was just like, oh, we have this if you want it. I was like, that's what I'm looking for. Give it to me right now. So
that's great. How funny.
That's how good this movie is that I went and bought a graphic novel.
I'm glad you're getting into comics. Please.
Oh, look how cool that is.
Yeah, the animation style, it was straight out of her comics. It was amazing. So,
anyways,
the movie opens. She's playing the drums, and okay, there you go. I'm glad you didn't knock anything down.
Well, I'm pretty good at putting stuff back.
The movie starts, and she's playing the drums,
yep.
and she's just going to town on these drums.
Yep.
And then her narration, oh my gosh. And he's not alone. And I heard him. and he's not alone.
He wasn't the only one.
Yeah, he wasn't the other. I'm freaking the out. Like when that was happening, I turned to you. This was the second time you had seen it. The first time I saw it, I turned to you and you literally went, mm-hmm. I was like, oh my.
But then like the first 3 minutes of the movie, you're like, oh,
yeah,
this is great.
No, it's.
And that leads into I really like that whole she's still narrating and it's following her. Walking out of the gym and she pushes the door open and she's on the street and then she passes by someone and she's in the Gwen thing. And I didn't notice this until my third watch. Obviously they're doing stuff in the windows around her that are things from her past. There's one time where she's there's a thing of Miles in the window that I did not know. Yeah. And then it opens and she's in something else and
no, because it's she's wearing a mask at all times.
Yep.
Is what that is. It's
so good.
It's just brilliant. It was. And it's a song by Coi Leray, produced by Metro Boomin. Shout out Metro for the soundtrack. The soundtrack is
great,
spectacular. Yeah, really, really, really impressed me.
And that leads into, obviously the animation and the drum sequence, and then everything in Gwen's world is animated so cool. Haley was talking about this in a interview where she was they were
Haley Steinfeld, the actress for Gwen.
Speaking of,
yeah, nice work.
Your boy just maybe happened to talk to her. Best 8 seconds of my life. But she was talking about how the directors or whatever were coming to her and explaining to her how the animation in Gwen's universe, the colors were going to reflect the emotions in the scenes that were happening. And it's just so cool when she first has that conversation with her dad in the apartment, and then when she has it again with him later when he's trying to arrest her.
The colors are always changing. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's amazing. It's just brilliant. I will say, she's got Converse for most of this movie, but at the start of this movie, she has the ballet shoes. I much prefer the ballet shoes.
Yeah, that was really cool. I noticed that.
I much prefer the ballet shoes. I think it's a really cool touch because a lot in the comics she's a dancer and this and that. They don't really go over that in these movies, but yeah. So the whole Gwen sequence is phenomenal. The Guggenheim sequence is phenomenal. The Renaissance Vulture,
so cool. So cool.
So cool. What a great idea.
And, it's just that whole sequence, where they're working together and and the music, and she's dodging the helicopter and saving,
amazing.
Epic
and
action.
She slows down for a minute. She's playing the drums in her head and then she goes.
Yeah. Yeah, when I saw it the third time and the drums start happening, I was looking over Peter and Zach, yeah, it's epic, isn't it?
Amazing.
So good.
Amazing. The whole sequence
and we got to see a Q&A with one of the directors, and he was telling us so much cool stuff. But he mentioned how the film has been worked on for 4 years and it's been gone through so many different things, and they didn't officially finish it till the Friday before and everything. But he mentioned how the Gwen cold open at one point was 5 minutes, at one point was 20 minutes, and this is eventually what they landed on.
And I think it's perfect.
It's perfect.
Oh my gosh. And then we go into Miles' world.
Right.
And the pace keeps up.
Yep.
I was blown away. I was like, this is how we open the movie? Oh my gosh. And then it just keeps going. This movie does an unbelievable job of blowing my mind every 10 seconds. Look, everybody is going to talk about the animation, so I'm not.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's the best animated movie of all time, animation-wise, no question. I don't think anybody's going to question that. The animation is unreal.
Yep.
Everything good?
Yep, I'm just triple checking.
Yeah. Yep, we're good. The animation just blew me freaking away, so I'm not even going to talk about it. The movie's writing is so sharp the whole time. When we get to Miles, and he does the reintroduction thing, and it's the I endorsed a baby powder. I had to apologize for endorsing the baby powder. I grew a mustache. I had to apologize.
So funny.
So funny.
And then it goes the back and forth between the meeting with the parents and the fight with Spot, and how he's trying to text them as he's going through the holes, and the dad being hilarious. Oh, he said, in a minute, all one word. Youth.
It's so let me tell you, Rio Morales is the funniest part of this movie for me.
Yeah.
When I know we're getting a little headed, but when Gwen says Rio, she has a moment like 2 seconds after that's, oh, we're using my first name. Okay, for the people that didn't get it, but when she goes Rio, like it cuts to Mrs. Morales. It cuts to Mrs. Morales, and you just see her go. It's so funny.
Oh, oh gosh, the parents, the way they handle the relationships in this movie is one of my favorite things. You feel for everyone involved. You feel for Miles, but you don't just feel for Miles. You feel for the parents because they are trying. It's not just Gwen's dad is the bad guy. Just Miles is the bad guy. Miles is doing all the right things. He's not, but it's also hard on him. It's just like, and you can tell they do such a good job of making it abundantly clear that these characters love each other and they're trying so hard, but it's just a difficult situation, and that makes you just like, just like want to, just hug them or something. It's so good. Like Mr. Davis, like every time after a thing with Miles, he's like, yeah, that was good. He's like, and when he's talking to Miles as Spider-Man, and he's like really trying to understand and like talk it out, and maybe we should get off the kids.
Yeah.
It's so funny, but that's one of my favorite parts, is just the way they handle those relationships.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Just unfreaking believable. We're going to start just skipping ahead. We don't need to do this movie in order, everything like that. The Spot?
Yep.
Can you freaking believe it?
That they'd use the Spot that way?
That you use the Spot, who is a joke character. He is the polka dot man, the egghead of the Spider-Man Rogues Gallery. He is the one that's a joke. Oh, he's got holes. You're gonna punch each other, whatever.
He kicked his own butt.
Yeah. Like, he's always a complete joke.
Yeah. He was hilarious, especially in the first half.
Well, when the bread is coming out of his stomach was freaking hilarious.
But by the end, you're like, oh, he could kill everyone. It's scary.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And like how tragic they made his backstory.
Yeah.
It's like genuinely sad, and it's hilarious that it's a bagel guy. But,
yes. So good.
But like, it's so sad. It's like, I made you awesome, and you made me horrific.
You made me not have a face.
Amazing. That's like so compelling. I was so impressed.
Can you stop talking about your holes? You're making everyone uncomfortable.
Oh, sorry. Amazing.
Yeah.
The spider. We'll just get into it now. The spider people are unfreaking believable.
The first new one we really see is when they go the Indian Spider-Man, who,
by the way, Dopinder from Deadpool.
Yeah.
Gives a great vocal performance.
Yeah. They're just all, well, I mean, I'm sorry. We get Spider-Man 2099 and Spider-Woman like right at the start with Gwen's cold open. But we visit his universe, and another character that's just like completely different, has a completely different costume, has a completely different set of skills with his little wristband.
Which I love. That's his web.
And you immediately like him.
Yep.
He's funny. I wake up. Don't work out because I'm naturally buff. Like,
but I don't want to get too big.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Chai tea?
Did I tell you that I want a coffee with a side of cream?
Yeah, and then so that's a good one. And then obviously they go to Spider headquarters. Oh, well, first off, while we're in that universe, another unbelievable action scene of them saving everyone while a building is... Dude, when he... Sorry.
No, please.
One of my favorite things in any fight scenes is when the people are so good at it that it's smooth. Kung Fu Panda does a great job of this. When all the like Furious Five are fighting, like it's all seamless and it just looks so cool. They do this with Spider-Man because Spider-Man is a superhero that should be able to do this. They're like running through buildings and like all at the same time, whipping people and catching people while dodging rubble. And it's just like and they do that with the Gwen Open where they're following 2099 and Gwen, and so there's one moment where he jumps through a window, flips like 3 people, catches them, dodges rubble, jumps out of a window, and then it's in midair. His spider sense goes off. He throws the people in the air, twists in midair, punches the rubble, and then
catches them.
And the other Spider-Man, like they all work together.
Yep. I'm telling you, it's the best action in any superhero movie of all time. Yeah, it really blew me away. It's unbelievable. And then we're forgetting Spider-Punk also gets introduced in
Hobie.
What is it? Mumbatten?
Maybe.
Gotcha.
We may or may not be doing trivia later, so I'm not going to answer that.
Mumbatten, I'm pretty sure is what it is. But Spider-Punk was probably the highlight of the movie for me. Unfrickin' believable. As soon as he's introduced, like, you get it and everything like that, his intro's hysterical.
Yep.
But, like, throughout the film, I was like, the first time I watched it, I was like, oh, this guy's a dickhead. But, like, as you see, like, oh, this spider society, it's very corrupt and, like, kind of shitty and everything like that. It's like, you get him more and more and more. And he doesn't make a wrong decision in the movie. It's amazing.
The line, I didn't hear it the first time I saw it because the audio was weird in the first theater, but when I heard it the second and third time, when Mayday, her diaper, and he goes, "You took a crap on the establishment. I salute you."
Yeah.
So funny. Such a good line. So yeah, then we go to the Spider headquarters.
A ton of his lines are hilarious, though.
Yeah.
He's so funny.
Yeah. He's just got like one-liners.
I said I wasn't going to talk about the art style, but the art style, it's best for him.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
He's the most different and like
You know they did
out.
different thwips for everybody?
Mm-mm.
Everybody's thwip has a different sound.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, Spider HQ, we get let's talk about the cameos. Okay, so most everyone's favorite, the one that was most out of left field but most loved was...
I would like to tell the story.
Go ahead.
We're watching this movie, and I could see Andrew sitting next to me because it was his second time seeing it and my first. I could see him sitting next to me, like looking at me when something big was going to happen because he wanted to see my reaction. But for most of it, it was kind of like just kind of a glance, like a side eye. But for right before the Donald Glover cameo as Prowler, I'm sitting next to him, he's sitting next to me, and he is just... And I was like, all right, something's going to happen. Yeah. And then Donald Glover pops up and he's like, yo. I was like, oh, shit. And he was like, yup. He was staring right at me. Yeah, that was pretty cool that they did that.
They did great with that. They had the old, was it the 1990 Spider-Man that was swinging, or is it even older?
The one that pulls his leg
yeah.
is 60s.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's even older than that.
Yeah.
And then they have the Spectacular Spider-Man. Then they obviously have Andrew and Toby in there for a second, which I love. No Tom. I thought I missed it the first time I saw it, but no, he's just not in there, which is
nowhere
interesting.
to be found.
So, yeah, cameos were great. Miles beating all of the Spider-Men was great.
Unbelievable. Okay, now that we're here, I can talk about this.
Okay.
I have gone on record saying that Miles Morales is not a great character in the comics.
Yep.
And that everything in Spider-Verse they do, a lot of the stuff that they do in Spider-Verse to make him interesting isn't stuff in the comics. The most interesting thing about him in the comics is why his last name is Morales, is because the Davis family, they have some, like, a troubled past with the law, and they didn't want their son to deal with that. That's really interesting. But that's by far the most interesting thing about him in the comics. How brilliant to make him the first anomaly.
Right.
That is the most brilliant thing you've ever done with a character, to change his origin from the comics ever. There is nothing that you can do that makes him more interesting. And the fact that the spider glitches in the first movie and all the hints in the first movie makes me think that all this was planned out from the start, which is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they had a lot of references back to the first one, and it's cool that they made him an anomaly because this is obviously clear because the entire time they're walking through Spiderverse HQ, there's no other Miles. She's talking to 5,000 different Peters. So many Peters are saying hi to Gwen and everything, but you never once see someone as another Miles because he's not supposed to be Spider-Man, apparently.
Which,
according to Miguel.
There should be another Miles because, like, 616 has a Miles. They accurately call the MCU 1999999, which I loved.
1999.
And then in the Insomniac Spider-Man's in this movie.
Yep.
And there's obviously a Miles in that universe.
Mm-hmm.
So there should be a Miles.
Yeah.
Also,
maybe him being the first anomaly created other Miles.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll explain it that way.
I don't care.
Yeah.
It's the most brilliant thing you've done with a character I've ever seen, ever. Like, a character that's well established, that's popular, and you change their origin completely. This is my point. That is a huge change to Miles' origin. Nobody's going to be bothered by it. That's how I know he's a bad character in the comics. You know what I'm saying? Like if they were to do this in the MCU, even if it was something brilliant as that, people would be like, that's not his origin in the comics. It doesn't matter if they make Magneto the best Magneto we've ever seen in the MCU. If he's not a Holocaust survivor, people are going to be furious.
Right. Because that's interesting.
Because it's a good origin.
Yeah.
So that's like my thing is.
Yeah. Any other pros? I mean,
I could be here all day. Yeah. I mean, I want to go over this before we get into cons because this is going to be everybody else's con. Those of you that didn't know it was a cliffhanger ending, I'm so sorry. You're getting it in March. We're waiting 9 months?
Yeah, it's not that long.
We're fine. We had to wait a year for Endgame. We had to wait 2 years from the end of Force Awakens to Last Jedi. So, we've done this before.
Yeah.
We will stand strong. It's fine. If this movie had all the shit it had to make it as good as it is, it wouldn't be able to be as good as it is if it had also a conclusion. So I'm sorry for those of you that didn't know it was a cliffhanger going into it. They announced this in 2021, I want to say.
Yes, but they did not advertise it as such.
I thought they did.
No, they announced it 2 years ago and then removed it from all marketing ever. It was very clear that they were trying to surprise people that it was going to be a cliffhanger ending.
Maybe. I could have sworn I wrote this down somewhere.
You did. It's December 2020. It's right there. I know your notes better than you.
Terrible. So I just, I'm sorry, but we're fine. It's coming out in March. It's not going to be another 5-year gap like the last one. All right. I mean, I could talk about this movie all day. Let's just...
Here's the thing.
Are you talking about your negatives?
Yeah. Negative.
Before you get into it?
Not plural.
I obviously don't have any negatives. Can I get into some things I wish they did?
Sure.
Every single J. Jonah Jameson is J.K. Simmons. Mm-hmm. I love that, obviously. It's my favorite casting in comic book history. I wish we had an Ice Cube.
Why?
Lord and Miller are good friends with Ice Cube, everything like that. Ice Cube was going to be TASM's J. Jonah Jameson. There's concept art for it. There's some fan art for it. It's awesome. It looked awesome. He's only emailing him in TASM 2, but I would have loved to just have one universe have Ice Cube.
Right.
I always wanted to see that because I think Ice Cube could play a very good J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah.
So I wish just one universe had an Ice Cube.
Interesting.
Something else I wish. I loved the Lego universe. I loved it so much. I would have loved to have seen the Lego universe interact with the animated universe. Mm-hmm. We do see him pull up the thing, and that animation style is different. But I would have loved to have seen him come into the universe and go, thwip! And him say it and stuff like that, just like how they do it in Lego. I would have loved to see that as well.
Yeah.
Those are just two things that, not problems for me, just would have liked to have seen it.
Yeah, and that, speaking of the Lego scene, the director said a couple other interesting things. One of which was a 14-year-old recreated.
Did the stop motion.
he recreated a trailer as Legos in stop motion, and they saw it, and then like he basically did that scene for the movie.
He
like
did the stop motion.
There was something
Awesome.
There's something else that he said that I wanted to bring up. Like Spider T-Rex was almost not in the.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yep.
But yeah. So obviously, Across the Spider-Verse is wonderful and amazing, and I think anyone struggles to come up with a negative. Now, you've already brought it up, and we've already seen people in our comments saying that the main negative, people don't like the ending. Now, this, obviously everyone's trying to compare it to the first. Which one's better? You obviously think Across is better. I struggle to do that, and I would probably still put Into the Spider-Verse as better for this one reason, which is the ending. Not because the ending is bad, or that I'm upset that I have to wait 9 months. I think they did it. I think Across the Spider-Verse might be the most important movie of the three, given that it sets up the third one so well. It enriches these characters so much more, and it's so good, and the action is so good, and everything is so good about it. And it makes the third one that much more epic because they did so well with this one. So in terms of importance, I think this movie might be the most important one. But I liked it a lot more the second time because I knew there was a cliffhanger ending. The first time I saw it, I was very confused.
Yes.
The reason I might like Into the Spider-Verse better, personally, is because in a movie, it is nice to have a conclusion. Now, I'm not saying that they needed a conclusion for everything in this movie because, again, you compared it to Infinity War earlier. But in Infinity War, there is still a conclusion. Thanos wins. The entire thing, he wins, and then we have to come up with a new plan and come back and beat that. It's still a cliffhanger, but in this...
And her cliffhanger is finally Gwen's arc. Her whole thing, the whole movie, is she is incapable of making attachments. She makes the attachment to Peter.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
No, you're wrong.
You can have
this has a conclusion.
No, it doesn't. A character development, showing character development is not the conclusion.
The conclusion is because Gwen is our main character. It's not Miles because we start with her. That's how filmmaking works.
You're not listening to me.
You're not listening to me. The conclusion of this movie is finally Gwen puts together a team. That's the conclusion.
That's not as much of a conclusion as the example I just gave, number one. Number two, I'm not saying this movie is bad or that the ending is bad. I am saying I'm not going to personally like it as much because we don't have an ending with the main villain. Like, why are you so upset?
Because that is a terrible reason to bump this movie half a point. That's like Deathly Hallows Part 2 level shit.
No, that you're not listening to anything I'm saying. Deathly Hallows has
Infinity
nothing
War
to...
does not have more of a conclusion than Spider-Verse 2.
Every conflict is set up to be, except the conclusion in terms of, if you're comparing it to like Infinity War conflict, right, with the heroes and villains, the only one that we get in this movie is Miles escaping Spider HQ, which is great. That was the conclusion. He beat them, he escaped. But then we have another 30 minutes or whatever, of which I think drags slightly. It doesn't drag as much as, now that I know that it's a cliffhanger ending. And I don't think, I could do anything to make it better. Again, I'm not saying it's a bad ending, but you get Gwen going and talking to the parents. You get Miles talking to his mom, the wrong mom. You get Miles getting beat, punched in the face and knocked out. Then you get him talking to Prowler again, or his uncle again. Then you get him talking to Prowler. And I had other friends who watched it with me who were like, I kept wondering, like, is it going to end now? Is it going to end now? Is it because there's all there's all these times where it could have ended. And so I'm saying, in terms of conflict, that Spider, him escaping, is like an actual conclusion. But everything else, they set it up. He did not fight himself. He did not fight the Spot. The team did not do anything. Like in the first one, they win, right? Now, in Infinity War, Thanos clearly wins and then goes out and sits on a farm. And that's a cliffhanger ending because, like, what are we going to do now? And again, I don't know any way that they could have necessarily done this better, but we have this Spot villain the entire time, And then there's 30 minutes at the end of this movie that it's long, that is not a superhero like win or lose thing. Does that make sense? That we get in Infinity War and we get in Into the Spider-Verse and we get in all these movies. I'm not saying that is bad. I think it drags a little bit, but I'm not saying it's bad because I said, again, this movie is so unbelievably important and so unbelievably good, but for that reason, it might not be my personal favorite because in Beyond the Spider-Verse, they're going to come back, the team's going to get together, and then we're going to get to see them do some awesome stuff and win at the end. And just because I personally like an ending like that better than the way they did this one a little bit.
So I don't think that the ending drags. I obviously went into this knowing it was a cliffhanger ending.
Right.
I was on the edge of my seat because I didn't know where they were going to end it.
Right.
I didn't know what the loose ends were going to be, everything like that. Here's my thing. Here's why I'm arguing with you, and this is why I'm so mad at you. Name the loose ends from Spider-Verse that are not concluded.
Spot. Miguel. Miles being in the wrong universe. Everyone's relationship with everyone. What in the movie is not wrapped up other than Gwen's character?
Gwen's character arc, putting together the team. Now they're going to save Miles. They're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out, whatever. Here's my thing. There are a lot of loose ends that are not tied up in Infinity War. The start of the movie, Tony Stark. He wants to have a kid with Pepper. Are they going to be okay? Everything like that. Their relationship. Not tied up. What? Why are you rolling your eyes at me?
You're continuing to talk about things that I am not talking about. I am talking about this is a superhero movie and the conflict. Nothing happened with the conflict. In Infinity War, yes, there are character loose ends, I guess.
There are plenty. I'm going to go through a ton. I'm going to go through a lot more than 4 that you named. But if you're saying that that's not your argument, then I'll drop it.
I mean, I'd still like to hear it. Go ahead.
No. Because if that's not your argument, if I'm... so what? You just want the villain to either win or lose? You need that in every superhero movie?
I don't not need that. And again, I think Infinity War is a fine example because, yeah, we lost and I was fine with that because it was so shocking and good. And again, I'm not saying this is a bad ending. I'm saying it's not a personal favorite because I'm going to personally enjoy seeing Miles beat Spot more than Miles being chained to a thing at the end of a movie. That's just what I'm going to enjoy more. I think it's a good cliffhanger ending. But that's the reason why it might not personally be my favorite over Into the Spider-Verse. Now, I don't know how they would have done it different. Like, again, I think having, like, either a side character or something that, like, we still win and beat, and then there's, like, this other thing that we have to do. Now, what that might have been in this movie is the Miguel thing. Like, that was a side thing that we did beat. But then again, that's what I'm saying. Like, after that, we still get a large portion of the movie that's, like, I think could have been a slightly quicker.
Yeah, I completely disagree.
That's fine.
I can't believe you like this one less than the first one. That shocks the shit out of me. But, okay, other than the conclusion, name one thing that the first one does better.
Nothing. Again.
So it's like, here it is, another little thing that is ruining a movie for you.
It's not ruined. You're trying to make it seem like I'm saying things that I'm not. I'm just saying, from a personal enjoyment standpoint, like, it's a toss-up for me. I like them both so much. I've been talking about how great this movie is for half an hour. But if I have to write down on paper, I like something more than something else, I'm going to try to come up with something. And the thing I'm going to come up with is in Into the Spider-Verse, we get the Leap of Fate scene. We get Miles coming back. We get them beating all the bad guys. We get Miles dropping him off into all these people into the collider. And we get him beating Kingpin at the end. And that is awesome. And this movie does not have that moment. It has it a little bit, but not as much. So if someone's putting a gun to my head and making me choose, and I have to find some sort of reason, that will be my reason. But I'm not saying that it ruined the movie for me or that I think anything about the movie is necessarily bad. I'm just saying that is why it might have dropped 0.5 on my 10 scale and why, if I'm forced to, I might choose Into the Spider-Verse more. It's still one of the best comic book movies of all time.
Breaks my heart. I can't believe you didn't like this movie. I just.
Oh my gosh, here we go.
I'm playing. I don't know. Yeah, I just completely, fundamentally disagree with everything you just said. I don't know, but you like Empire's your favorite Star Wars movie. Empire is a terrible cliffhanger.
It's not about the cliffhanger. Resolved. It's not getting the cliffhanger.
Nothing. But he doesn't beat. Oh, so you're saying
Darth
Vader beats him?
Yeah, and then everything that it's leading up to, where it's leading up to this epic scene with Darth Vader and Luke, and then Luke.
You do get that.
Luke loses, and you're like, what's going on now? But we get an answer to that conflict. In Infinity War, we get the answer to the conflict. And this,
because you understand the conflict wrongly, because the conflict is not at its core. This is not just a punchy action superhero movie.
I'm not saying it is.
This is an emotional journey,
which I said earlier. Which I said earlier is one of my favorite parts of the movie.
Who you have bought the comic for because she's so great in this movie. We open with Gwen.
Mm-hmm.
We open with her not being able to get close to anybody. And then, obviously, Peter dies. Peter dies. She doesn't want to get close to anybody. She doesn't want to get close to her dad. Then she lets him in a little bit, but then he catches her, and obviously they have that heartbreaking conversation where he's pointing the gun at her, starts reading her rights, everything like that. That's a terrible, traumatic scene for her. Then she leaves. As soon as she gets to Spiderverse HQ, what does she learn? Captain from Spider-Man's world is going to die.
Yep.
She knows her dad's going to die, so she just doesn't see him ever again. Because she's not going to do it. And the only time she sees him again is to get the picture of Miles, and then obviously he argues with her, and that entices her to have the speech, which is a great speech.
Mm-hmm.
And he quits. And
halfway through your big speech.
Yeah. What does that tell her? He's not going to die.
Which is a canon event, which leads into Beyond the Universe, I think.
And it breaks her so much, like it breaks her shell. Because this whole movie, she gets close to Miles because she's already gotten close to Miles, and she feels safe with Miles because she's Spider-Man. She knows that Spider-Mans don't die easily. That's what she's learning at Spider-Man HQ. So she feels like she can get close to Miles, even though he's the anomaly and everything like that, and that's why she doesn't go see him and everything.
Which is another hard thing she has to go through.
Very. And then after she sees him, everything gets fucked up more. Everything gets destroyed for her more. Because she went to go see him, because she opened herself up. So when she is not letting her father in again until he quits, it's her shell, her shield are up the most. And then he's like, I quit. And it breaks her shields. It's everything. She lets everybody in. And that's when she puts together the team. This is Gwen's story. Yeah. This isn't, even though Miles it feels like is our main protagonist. He's not. Our main protagonist in this movie is Gwen.
Yeah.
And her story does get wrapped up, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think it's a great point.
Oh, my gosh. The Prowler scene is so good at the end. Oh, my gosh. I was just blown away.
That helps me like it a little bit more.
Huh?
That helps me like it a little bit more.
The Gwen?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it wraps up her story. That's what this movie is. It's not... This isn't
yeah, I know. And again,
compared to Infinity War.
Mm-hmm.
Let's think about the emotional beats in Infinity War.
Which this movie is better
than Infinity War.
Yeah,
I think clearly.
Yeah,
I don't think it's close.
Yeah, so even then, I'm saying the ending for Infinity War is better conflict wise or whatever, but I still like this movie more.
Yeah. Like the emotional beats of Infinity War, they all happen during battles.
Mm-hmm.
Because that movie is a movie about fights. There's just a lot of fights in Infinity War. So then the resolution is somebody wins a fight.
Mm-hmm.
This movie is an emotional movie.
Yeah.
That's all about relationships. And so the conflict, it doesn't end with a fight. It ends with a relationship.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah, okay.
Are you sure?
I'm locked.
Okay. Here is our review or scores for the Marvels. 3, 2, 1, 8 out of 10. And wait. I'm like an 8.5.
Me too.
Wait. Before everybody kills us, I don't like most of the MCU. I think more of the MCU is bad than good. This is not, I'm an MCU fanboy. This is not this. The first Captain Marvel is dog shit. The Incredible Hulk is dog shit. Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3 are bad. Thor the Dark World, Thor Love and Thunder are awful. The Marvels is not that.
The Marvels
is way better. I thought it was great.
I don't remember going 10 or 15 minutes in this movie. Like, there was not a 10 or 15 minute span in the movie where, like, we didn't either laugh out loud or kind of look at each other and be like, that was good. Like, I don't know.
Could you say that there are jokes in this movie that are stupid?
Yes.
Absolutely. But, like, it was the right amount of wacky. And we did say this after we left the movie, that, like, every single joke that's, like, wacky or stupid could have gone on too long, and they cut it off right at the moment where it would have been annoying. Like, it's just short enough.
Yes.
There's a planet where they speak in a certain way, and it had us peeing our pants because it lasts for like a minute.
So I said this after last night. The comedy in the Marvels, again, we laughed out loud. I can't count how many times.
Of course.
I thought it was really funny, and there were a couple things that in Marvel movies or in comedies I normally cringe at, like the planet you were just talking about, and I'll just say the cat scene. But they didn't hit you over, like the planet one maybe a little bit too long, where like you cringe. But like normally I would cringe at that stuff, but in this movie for some reason I didn't. I just thought it was funny. And the way they edited it and shot and the music, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, hilarious.
So fun.
Hilarious. And I don't think a lot of people are going to get that. We'll talk about it in spoilers.
Yeah.
But there's a music cue that is particularly really funny.
So let's see if we get this at the same time. What was the best part of this movie? What was the best part of the Marvels? Or what... if the movie didn't have it, what would drop it a couple points?
I mean,
wait. I want to. It's a specific thing.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Iman Vellani.
Yeah, I was gonna say Kamala Khan.
Kamala Khan.
Now
yeah.
I went into this knowing that I'm a huge defender of Miss Marvel. I think that like when people say that's the worst MCU show, you're just being ridiculous. Like to me, I think that's ridiculous. I think it's one of the better ones easily. I loved Miss Marvel, and when I saw the trailer for this, and I just saw her, you know, the Flurkin eats the dude, and I was like, oh, she's gonna be incredible. She's a star.
I went in expecting her to be my favorite part, and she was even better than I thought she was going to be.
We have said that we would die to have Iman Vellani on the podcast. This movie increased that by 1,000%.
I think she has become like my number one person to get on the podcast. No, because
every line is
funny,
hilarious,
and I don't understand how you watch Miss Marvel and or the Marvels, this movie, and you don't have a desire to go back and watch Miss Marvel if you haven't. I've seen the first episode or two, and this movie made me want to finish the show.
And how good is the family?
The family was so awesome.
Good.
It was so funny. Good. Every time they were on the screen, the whole audience was dying.
They're so funny.
They're so lovable.
That's how the show is. It's her and her family. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Haven't I said my one issue with Miss Marvel, always the one show, is I wish it wasn't a superhero show. Yeah. I wish it was just her and her family, because they're so entertaining.
Yeah. So let's keep going on some positives, because there are some negatives.
Absolutely.
There definitely are some negatives. But another thing that I thought, so I asked my friends last night what they thought of it, and one of my friends said that his favorite part of the Marvels was how they handled the entanglement of their powers, right? So you see this in the trailer, so it's not that much of a spoiler how they're like swapping places and everything. And there's a fight, or like when that's first happening, there's like a 10-15 minute long segment of the movie where it just continues to happen, and there's fights in like 3 different places in the universe, basically. And we were watching it, and it's comedic because it's happening in Kamala's house, and like she's freaking out because Captain Marvel was in her house and she wasn't there, and the family's freaking out, and the family's trying to fight, and it's just like whatever. And I remember thinking during that scene, because it's like right at the start of the movie, like looking at everyone enjoying it and everything, and I thought to myself in my brain, I was like, wow, this movie's gonna go downhill for the rest of this movie because this is really
everybody's been dogging it.
And then at the end of the movie, I was like, it didn't. It stayed. So that was really refreshing and awesome that like because I watch movies sometimes and like either I really enjoy the second half and then it kind of falls off, or the first half is boring and then like the finale kind of catches me. Nope. I was entertained throughout this movie.
Contrary to popular belief, I do not watch the MCU or Marvel movies for the big CGI battles.
Yeah.
I'm not really a battles guy. None of my favorite scenes in any movie ever is a big battle. I'm not trying to diss you because your favorite scenes are big battles, but that's not my MO. My favorite scene in like Endgame is the Tony Stark, Howard Stark conversation, right? And I've said this a million times. Like my favorite scene in Infinity War is the Red Skull Gamora Thanos scene on Vormir. My favorite scenes in this movie are the big CGI battles. They're fun.
They're fun.
They're so fun. And like the choreography, because they have the power entanglement, is the most creative fight choreography that we've seen in the MCU since probably Shang-Chi.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Except for maybe like the one Guardians 3
Everybody
scene.
raves about the Guardians 3 hallway scene. I don't like that scene.
I love it.
Because they save all of the other experiments of
but
the High Evolutionary. They're killing those guys. So I've never liked that scene.
But the choreography. I don't think any fight scene in the Marvels is as good as the Guardians 3 hallway fight scene. But it was close enough for me to like compare it. You know, like I thought about these scenes. I was like, oh, wow, that's kind of giving me the same feeling as the hallway scene. It's just not as good.
Yeah.
The three lead actresses in the Marvels did a great job.
We're talking too much about Iman Vellani, even though you can never talk too much about Iman Vellani. Tiana Paris and Brie Larson are incredible.
They did good.
Their
they did great.
chemistry is so good. Brie Larson, this is the most likable she has been in any movie that I've seen since, I don't know, Scott Pilgrim. And in Scott Pilgrim, she's a bitch. Like,
yeah, well, there's a part in this movie where she... I don't want to. We're not getting into spoilers yet, but like, there's a part in this movie where she starts like it made it seem like she's about to be a jerk. You know what I'm talking about? And then she came around and like immediately was like a good person and like apologized and was like, "Hey, let's do it this way."
Yeah.
And it was like, yay! Like that's awesome because I was afraid it was gonna be a whole plot point of like there being strife and division because they're all jerks to each other, and that wasn't what happened. So
yeah.
That was
really good. And like actually like good performances and their chemistry is just, it jumps off the screen. I was so impressed. And it doesn't hurt that these are three of the most beautiful people of all time, you know, like that. I was having a good time.
No, Nick Fury was, I love that Samuel L. Jackson was in this.
Yeah.
He kind of was like a little bit of the glue to the rest of the MCU and in this movie for all these different characters. I think it was important to have him in there.
Yeah.
and he was funny too.
He was hilarious.
There's I don't when they're again, I don't want to get into spoilers, but there's a part where like they're in danger and like are you praying? Yeah. Well, don't stop.
We need
Amen.
It's like, but I will say, if anybody has the problem with this is a post-Secret Invasion Nick Fury, this is the same guy like a week later, that is questionable. But who cares?
Yeah, that doesn't bother me.
You know, who cares?
Any other positives? Let's go through all the positives.
There's a million positives. I could say that the jokes were not annoying MCU jokes, in my opinion, that they could have been. Everybody makes the joke, oh, he's right behind me, isn't he? Whatever. I think that there were some really intelligent jokes, specifically Kamala.
We have our headache.
like jokes like that. It is really a beautiful thing because Kamala Khan, Iman Vellani, is a super fan of this franchise.
Yeah.
And many franchises, as we can assume. She went to a Comic-Con recently as Jubilee, which Not my favorite X-Men, but love it. But so she is a super fan. And her character, Kamala Khan, is a super fan. So, like, she is saying every single thing that she says is what we would be saying if we were in these movies. It's such an incredible thing to see. So all of her jokes I thought were really smart. I mean, there's the moment, we should have spoiled because I thought that was the best joke in the movie.
Which one?
But when they're in the ship and Captain Marvel is kicking butt.
Yeah.
And oh my God, I lost it.
Yeah.
Me and you, that was the loudest you laughed, I think, too. Like, that was like...
It got both of our super loud, obnoxious laughs multiple times.
Yes. And that's never happened.
Yeah. Us laughing at the same movie.
Yeah.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
The Marvels,
Yeah.
easily funnier than Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I don't agree. I think that Ragnarok's the funniest movie in the MCU, but...
Because the Thor Ragnarok is exactly what you were just talking about, the cringe MCU jokes. I think this was way more clever and way less cringe. Every time I started feeling like it was about to be a Thor Ragnarok joke, they cut it off. Thor Ragnarok never did that. I laughed out loud 30 times more in this movie than I did in Thor Ragnarok. But that's just me.
No. So we talked a lot about positives. I think we could go all day about the positives. I think that we really, really liked this movie.
Any other big ones? You want to go into negatives now?
Yeah, it looks bad.
No.
No. There's some bad CGI moments you just didn't notice. It looks pretty bad. There's multiple moments with Captain Marvel flying, and it's like, that looks terrible.
Nah, I disagree.
It didn't take me out of the movie.
I thought it looked great.
But no, I think that there's some really bad stuff when it's not practical.
There's one big one for me.
Yeah, it's the villain, right?
The villain, yeah. So the villain,
I didn't hate the villain as much as everybody else seems to be hating the villain.
The villain in the Marvels was not great.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I'm hating it as much as other people as well for a couple of reasons. Number one, maybe her character, like, actions, or like she's not like a Heath Ledger or the Guardians 3, the High Evolutionary, where he's like screaming and has whatever. She's a more low key, so like that wasn't, maybe that's a negative, but like even so like maybe that wasn't super intriguing, but I think her backstory and like her motivations actually were. Mm-hmm. I think mainly for one scene, this is one of my favorite scenes in the movie. The one scene where you see Captain Marvel from her perspective was actually kind of creepy. Like, and I could see why this villain would not like Captain Marvel, because seeing that was kind of crazy, and then seeing the repercussions of what Captain Marvel did or whatever. So in terms of like her motivation, I didn't think it was half bad. So number one. And number two, it wasn't the villain's story. Like, this didn't need to focus on the villain that much. It was the three Marvel superheroes story. We were following their story, and that was the main thing. And I think that story was told really well. So if the villain story wasn't told as well, it's not bothering me that much, because that wasn't the point.
How many people do you know have watched Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and said, that Ronan guy, I didn't enjoy him very much?
Yeah.
This isn't
the same.
about her.
Yeah, like, I think Ronan and her are like on the same.
I mean, like, they're going to draw a lot of comparisons because they're Kree and the hammer and this and that. But like, I just
like Ronan wanted to just
cleanse the world.
But she was trying to save
Vandar, whatever it's called.
I don't want to say too much, but she was trying to like at
least
save people.
Yeah. I did I care for her motivation too much? No. Was she a bad person? Yes. Did I feel bad when bad things happened to her? No. Did I feel good when good things happened to her? No. But did I pay for a ticket to see the movie about Dar-Ben? No.
Exactly.
Paid for a ticket for the Marvels, and they were marvelous.
But yeah, so that is overall that is still a negative.
Of course,
it could have been better. What else? You said it doesn't look good in that.
This is technically a positive, especially with us. But this movie's very short.
Yes. So this is another thing.
I'm happy about it. Like, right, because it leaves you wanting more at like every step.
No, I think this was paced great.
It was paced great. But
Good for
After
them.
we left, we went in a big group. After we left, 4 of the people in our group said, I wish there were more entanglement scenes. And it's like, no, they left us wanting more. That's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
But a lot of people are going to come away from that movie negatively saying, I wanted more of that.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people, either whether they're going to say it or not, are enjoying this more because Marvel did that. I think this is another thing that some of my friends said last night. He said, like, it has been a complaint recently that some of these movies are too long, and overall he liked that it was shorter, but the ending felt a little bit rushed. Do you agree that the ending of the Marvels felt a little rushed?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm never...
But
that's a
I
spoiler.
like... Sure, the ending of the Marvels feels rushed. But I've seen so many MCU projects in the last 2 years that the whole thing feels rushed and not organized in the slightest. Moon Knight is the slowest show in the world, and then it's the most rushed show in the world. Just because this ending of this MCU movie is rushed does not bother me, because that has been a problem that the MCU has had for the last 4 years.
Yeah. So overall, still a negative. A big negative for me in the Marvels was not a big negative, but it is a so. If you asked me to describe the Marvels in one word, I would say fun, because it is a very fun movie. It does not have a lot of emotional beats that hit home super well, right? Like Guardians 3 is very fun, but man, is it emotional, and the emotional moments hit. In this, there are some emotional moments. I'm not going to say what they are right now, but at no point was I super invested in the emotional bits. There are some where I felt a little bit, but like Guardians 3 had me tearing up. You know,
Of course.
people were crying. And,
I mean,
and not every Marvel movie needs that, I'm saying.
No, we were bawling in my theater.
Yeah.
Like,
And I will say, the Marvels, there are some movies that try to be emotional and try to have the emotional moments, and they really fall flat. The Marvels, I wouldn't say they fell flat. Like, they weren't awkward, and I wasn't, like, rolling my eyes at them, but they also weren't like, wow, that was really impactful, like I really cared. So it was kind of in the middle. So that's a little bit of a negative, but not as negative as it could have been, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't think the movie needed that, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm, like, again.
Like, the conclusion of the Guardians trilogy, the last time we will see a lot of those characters, like Dave Bautista as Drax, Gamora, Zoe Saldana as Gamora, that needs to be emotional. That needs to be either really, really sad because one of them dies, or really, really sad because they're not together anymore, or really, really happy because it's got a happy ending or whatever. That movie needed to be that. The Marvels needed to be fun, in my opinion.
No, 100%.
What's the one word you wouldn't use to describe Captain Marvel? Fun, wacky. Everything that this movie is.
Yeah.
It's like they took one of the worst movies in the MCU as their predecessor, and they said, well, Captain Marvel wasn't very good. I know it made a lot of money, but it was right after Infinity War. It wasn't very good. What could we do to make it better? And they bring in Tiana Paris as Monica Rambeau, who's excellent. And they bring in Iman Vellani as Kamala Khan, who is excellent. And they injected so much life into this movie. My biggest critique of the Captain Marvel is it's lifeless. It's so safe. This movie, is it safe? Probably. But it's the most fun I've had in a theater in a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. It didn't necessarily need it, which is why it's not like a super big negative. Like, again, like Ant-Man is in my top 10 probably Marvel movies, or top 15. I really, really like Ant-Man.
Yeah.
And it's a very fun movie.
Yes.
The ant heist and all that. And there's not a lot of deep emotional, moments in
No,
that movie.
exactly.
But another one of my favorites is like Doctor Strange. And it does. It's a pretty, I wouldn't say it's as fun as this movie or Ant-Man, but it, the Ancient One scene with the slow-mo.
That emotional beat doesn't hit for me.
I think that's a great scene. But yeah, so it's just missing a little bit here and there. But yeah, we had a lot of fun.
I am very curious to see what you think.
Yeah, let's do it.
Here are our scores, our review for Deadpool and Wolverine out of 10. 3, 2, 1, 7 out of 10.
I knew it.
Yes.
I knew it.
Yes.
I came out of the theater and I said, I think both of us are a little bit lower on it than everyone else because everyone was coming out of it giving it a 10 out of 10.
Yes.
And I also said, Alex is going to give it lower than me. I think you are wrong.
That's okay. So we have not talked about our scores yet. We haven't talked about anything.
Do you know how hard it is to go to a world premiere with a bunch of other content creators and everyone is talking about the movie, but we decide not to because we care about y'all so much?
It's awful.
We went out to eat with other content creators at the premiere, everyone's talking about it. We don't say a word
It's awful.
until we're on this podcast.
Yes, but we do it for you. Anyway, back to the review. You don't think this movie is just a mess? It's like kind of a little bit of a mess, no?
Who the F cares?
Yeah, well, that's
how about that, Alex?
That's why I gave it a 7. But
That's why I gave it an 8.5.
It is a mess. Like, if I was to compare this movie to any movie in the MCU, it's like if Endgame was paced and written like Thor: Love and Thunder and Multiverse of Madness.
Yes, but everything else about it is amazing.
The Endgame stuff, the great stuff is great.
And the great stuff is throughout the movie. Now, I have a problem. It's messy. The story is there's problems. This is not a perfect movie, but it is a great movie. 7 out of 10 I give like good movies. 8.5 easily, and I like it more. I need to watch. These are the types of movies that I need to watch again. I think I will like it a lot more on rewatch because there were some things that I was expecting or wanting that just weren't happening. And now that I know the general structure of the movie, I can kind of relax on that stuff and just appreciate it for what it is instead of coming in with. And we also came into this movie with the preconceived notion that it's going to be the best thing in the entire world.
Of course.
If you watch this movie and if this was the first Deadpool movie or the first of, if this was like an Ant-Man movie, I think we'd be raving about it. Or if it was the next Thor movie. Like,
Interesting.
Because this has such a high bar because it's a Deadpool movie and it has Wolverine.
Bringing back Hugh,
like,
yeah.
I think we went in with such a high bar that, like, yeah, it's messy and we wanted it to be perfect, but, like, if we just went in, like, if this was any other summer blockbuster movie, we'd be coming out of this being like, that was one of the best movies of all time.
Interesting.
Even if it's messy. Like, we don't care. Like, Fall Guy is kind of messy, but we really like Fall Guy.
I've never seen. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Sorry, continue.
So, Deadpool and Wolverine, yes, it is not perfect, but I have way more pros than I have cons. It did everything it should have done as a Deadpool movie.
Sure. Our full review, for those of you on TikTok, our full review is on YouTube, non-spoiler and spoiler, if you want to go check that out. Sorry for those of you that are already on YouTube. We do appreciate you allowing that interjection. Okay, do you want to start with cons?
Sure.
Okay.
You're going to lead this segment.
Yes. There are villains in this movie, and neither of them work for me because they feel like half of villains. And so each of them, all of them feel like they're missing something. And I feel like if you were to put all of the villains in this movie together, then we would have one good villain that would be like interesting and would service the movie better.
Sure, I agree. Yeah. Without spoilers, yeah.
Yeah, no spoilers.
So, going off of that con, my con for Deadpool and Wolverine is the story and some of the stuff that it was kind of lacking, or the structure, in terms of they do some good things with characters, specifically with Wolverine. Wolverine saved it a little bit for me. I think they did something interesting with Wolverine that I still wish they explained it a little bit better. Mm-hmm. If they didn't have the Wolverine part in it, I'd be even lower on it. But Wolverine saved it a little bit for me. But the villains, Deadpool, Wolverine, all of them had good things going for them. I think they were stretched out a little bit too much and not explained fully enough. Mm-hmm. There are some things that happened with Deadpool right at the beginning of this movie that are different from the past Deadpool movies, kind of where he is in his story, that doesn't get really explained enough.
Yes.
At all. And it's kind of a big thing if we're talking about that one thing that I don't like. I don't like that they did. And then they also didn't explain it well enough.
Yes.
If you explained it better, maybe I'd be more okay with it.
Which is especially frustrating for me. Mind you, I walked out of this movie much lower than the 7 I gave this movie. I was very low on this movie walking out of the theater. But I agree with the statement you just made. I need to watch this again because I think I'm going to like it more.
I think on second watch, I think I will still be at an 8.5, but because
you're going to be more confident with it?
Yeah.
You're a second watch guy, though. You loved Across the Spider-Verse so much more on second watch. And I assume I'm going to like this movie more on second watch. Again, I was lower than a 7 for sure walking out of the theater. But here's the thing that I want to bring up. You just brought up you wish that some of the things with these characters that we're talking about were explained better.
Yeah.
Which is so annoying because probably my second or third biggest con with this movie is the exposition. It's brutal in some scenes. You don't think so, really? No. Where it's just, okay, this is a scene dedicated to explaining to the audience something. The whole point of movies is you are supposed to show, don't tell, and oh boy, is this movie going to tell you all about all the things you need to know.
Yeah.
And so it's frustrating that I feel like I'm over exposition. There's too much exposition in certain scenes, and then there's like straight up not enough exposition for like major characters.
Sure.
You know, so that was a real con for me.
Sure.
I'll just jump into the biggest one I have by far. This movie is very funny. If you do not like Deadpool or Deadpool 2, you will not like this movie. It's the same humor.
Sure.
But my two main issues is I'm getting a little sick of it. I'm kind of getting sick of the shtick. I felt that in Deadpool 2. I'm notoriously very low on Deadpool 2. I'm obviously much higher on this movie than Deadpool 2. But like the shtick, it's a little bit much for me. I found myself laughing a lot less in this movie. But I do genuinely, even though this movie is a comedy and supposed to be one of the funniest MCU movies, we were at the world premiere. There's not going to be a more positive audience of this movie than the world premiere. And there was like an hour stretch where nobody laughed in our theater.
That's not true.
Really?
That's just factually not true.
There's a stretch where nothing happens that's funny. Like nobody laughed, I felt like. I didn't laugh. I didn't think you laughed. And I feel like there were long stretches of this movie where it's just not funny. Maybe the shtick is too much. Maybe people are, you don't think so at all. You just don't, You think I'm just factually incorrect.
I don't think there was an hour stretch where nobody laughed. I think that's a gross.
Do you think there was a 30-minute stretch where nobody laughed?
I mean, maybe, but I'm sure something serious was happening. Like,
okay, yeah, I'm not talking about the serious stretch though.
I don't think there's large swaths of this movie where they were trying to be funny and they didn't get people laughing.
Okay,
there are things that, yeah, I understand like the shtick and it being a lot. I've never been 100% down with the shtick. Like I think parts of it are funny and parts of it aren't. So yeah, if you don't like the shtick, you're not going to like this. But like that shouldn't be a con for the movie because the first two movies are popular, and you should know that going in.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
That's why I said it the way I said it.
But I think there are some things that aren't as funny as they were trying to make it. Sure, but I don't think there were like large swaths of the movie where they were just like constantly hitting the mark.
Yeah. Okay. And then my final con that I really want to talk about, which is the biggest con I have with this movie, is the story. I think the story is a mess. I just like I said, it feels like Multiverse of Madness to me, where it's just it's all over the place, it's everywhere, and the key thing that drives the story, the reason the movie happens, it doesn't work for me. Like the motivation of the main characters. Do you know what I'm talking about now?
Are you talking about the TVA explanation for why?
No. Okay. The motivation for the character.
Sure.
That doesn't work for me.
Why?
It doesn't sell me.
Why?
I don't think they do a good job of selling me.
Correct. I will also.
And that's got to do with the exposition.
Right.
That's what you explained.
The story con I agree with you on.
Yes.
I think it's messy. I think the things that need to be, some things are over explained and things that are important, like why Deadpool's doing this, why Wolverine is doing this, why the villains are doing this, are all, I kept waiting for a little bit
like
more.
A flashback, like a crazy flashback.
And it kind of gives you a couple, and then like even those scenes where I was like, okay, I'm glad they happened. I still wanted a little bit more.
Yeah.
That's why I think I'll like it more on second watch, because like I can kind of just understand it without expecting oh, I need them to hit this exactly for me to be able to enjoy it. Now I know it's not going to happen, so I can just enjoy the movie for what it is. I think I will like it more on rewatch. But
Yes.
Again.
Do you have any more cons that you specifically want to talk about? Because there's one last thing I want to talk about before we get into pros, and then we finish off our non-spoiler section, which is this movie will absolutely do the No Way Home thing, and I think it'll do it 10x. You and I are Spider-Man No Way Home truthers.
Yes.
I think Spider-Man No Way Home is a top 3 MCU movie. I think it's incredible. The people that, a lot of people are aware that for 3 months, Spider-Man No Way Home was the best thing since sliced bread. Yeah. And then obviously the universe and the internet and the world seems to have turned on it. And now people say, it's really just nostalgia bait. It's not a great movie. Like it's just, you guys are being tricked. I don't feel that way. I think if you take all the nostalgia away from that movie, it's still a phenomenal movie. This movie, and I'm not saying it's because of nostalgia, but this movie will have a 3-month run where people will tell you it's the best movie in the MCU. And after that 3 months, people are going to hate on Deadpool and Wolverine as though it's Thor: Love and Thunder. I feel very strongly of that.
I agree. I came out of the movie thinking, because everyone was like, it's a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
And I was like, I would love to see what they say in a year. I had the same exact thought. I started comparing it to No Way Home in terms of story and and like the internet reaction to it. Yep. I think a lot of people will say this is amazing.
Yep.
But I do think in like a year, people will start realizing that maybe they shouldn't have it in their top 3 MCU movies or whatever. Not saying it is a bad movie. Again, I am much higher on it than you.
Yes.
And if you go into it expecting, like, wanting it to be what it is, you'll love it. So it is a movie that you should love. I just don't know. I think people will say it's the GOAT movie and then maybe walk it back a little bit
Correct.
later.
I agree.
Not walk it back to say that it's a bad movie or say that it's Thor:
Love and Thunder or Multiverse of Madness.
Right. I don't think people will pull it down that far. It is clearly better than those movies.
So without further ado, we're going to go into spoilers for Deadpool and Wolverine. We're not in it.
We are not in it.
There's no joke about us.
No Avengers followed by The Greatest Showman.
Avengers followed by The Greatest Showman. There's no Spider-Man hoodie guy.
I mean, I was really expecting to be in there. We've made such a wave.
You're right.
It's unbelievable.
I couldn't believe they didn't have just 2 skinny little nerds in the corner talking shit about Martin Scorsese.
With microphones. They would have killed us.
100%. But I would have liked to have been killed.
Oh, yeah. I'd be down.
Absolutely.
What do you want to talk about first? You want to just talk about the cameos?
I want you to lead this. I want you to know.
I'm dying over here.
Or do you want to fight? You're dying because you're sick?
Yeah.
Do you want to fight about what we... yeah, let's talk about the fights.
Which one did you say was clearly better?
The opening sequence fight is clearly the best fight in the movie.
Sure, I think it's the best.
And everything else, I don't think pales. Like, in comparison. The one shot is interesting that it's a one shot. You cannot see anything that's going on. And at one point... The camera is literally moving, and then it stops, and you can't see any of the action.
The one shot's amazing. I have no complaints.
It stops on the guy whose butt is up, and then they come into frame like a minute later, which they did that so that they could cut. But like, that pissed me off.
No, the one shot's amazing. No complaints. You're in your picky mode.
At one point, they cut off a character's arms in the one shot. You don't see them cut off the character's arms in the one shot. The only reason you know they cut off the character's arms is because you see his arms growing back.
Okay.
That's an example of this movie not going full gore, full Deadpool Wolverine, like that it could have, in my opinion. It's just rated R so that they could say the F word a couple of times and show blood, in my opinion. I feel very strongly that is the case.
I think, obviously, the opening fight. The opening fight in Deadpool and Wolverine is one of the funniest and best opening scenes, scenes of any superhero movie ever.
It is good.
The fact that they opened the movie with, how are we going to do this movie without desecrating Logan? Answer is, we're not.
And then cutting to the X.
And then he digs up his body, and then there's a 10 to 15 minute fight scene with his skeleton. Should put this as an 8 out of 10 or above just for that scene. It's so funny, and the choreography of it the entire time is great. And him doing every single time it cut back to him doing the Backstreet Boys dance, I laughed every single time.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is my favorite fight scene in the thing. But The fight at Cassandra Nova's with all the cameos was great. The first fight with him and Wolverine
That is the
was
second best fight in my opinion.
the cameo one.
Fight.
The fight,
Really well
the
done.
first fight with Deadpool and Wolverine was fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. The car fight with them was pretty good. I thought it was great.
Yes, but then they leave.
Well, they got to leave at some point. The movie's got to go on. Then the one shot is amazing. All of those are good to great. And then you get the one at the start, which is like insane.
The one at the start is really good. You want to talk about the comedy here? What was
Sure.
the hardest you laughed? What was the best joke in the movie for you?
Well, tell the one you like, because I like it too.
We have long hair, Ryan Reynolds, Deadpool, perfect Deadpool, whatever you want to call him, doesn't have a healing factor. And Deadpool addresses the fourth wall, and Ryan Reynolds, hot Deadpool, turns and he goes, "Oh, I too can lightly tap the fourth wall." And then he turns to the camera and he goes, "The proposal."
Really fun.
That's hysterical.
Yeah.
That's hysterical. The other one that got me good was, again, this is for nerds. This was for me. So I don't think this is going to kill people the way that it killed me. Was Abeloth is in this one? You mean the guy from season 1, episode 5 of Loki? Like,
That was really good. Yeah.
that was so good. Because that's exactly how all of us reacted. We're like, oh, Abeloth from season 1, episode 5 of Loki. But like to just point out, like, oh, we haven't heard about this character in literal years. Like, yeah, I thought that was really funny.
Yeah. The end credit scene was kind of funny because it wasn't expected, and just seeing him do that.
Yes.
The montage of them making the suit for him and him just constantly getting slapped on the butt, and then him coming out and being like, "Number one, your tailor's a predator."
Yes.
I thought that was hilarious.
Yes.
And then what was the other one? Oh, them at the end. Well, first off, I called it. The ending where, Wolverine wants to sacrifice himself. Deadpool wants to sacrifice himself. And he locks Wolverine out. I lean over to Alex and say, they're both going to hold hands and use power of friendship, and they're both going to survive. When his shirt ripped off, I thought that was hilarious.
Yes.
Like, that is such a... They've played this whole movie. This is the ending. And then one of them just goes, what if your shirt rips off? And then they put it in the movie. I thought it was so funny. The awkwardness between Peter and the TVA agent flirting was also really funny right there at the end.
Yeah, that one didn't get me.
Oh, I thought that was hilarious.
I thought the Deadpool's liking Peter was cute.
Yeah.
I don't like that Peter has replaced Dopinder. I like Dopinder so much more than Peter.
Yeah, I wish Dopinder was in it a little bit
He's
more.
not in it like at all.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we're in spoilers, we can talk about like my real complaints. Like, I don't get why the fuck he gives a fuck about these people at all. Like, I don't care why he's so like, I will not kill any of these people. The only one that makes sense to me is Vanessa. If you remember in Deadpool 2, Deadpool doesn't even rock with Shatterstar. He's like, I don't like this guy. I don't know why he's even in the movie. The Asian guy with the red hair.
Yeah, no, I know.
Like,
who it is.
he's like bullying him in that whole movie. He's like, this guy's an asshole. Like, I don't even know why he would have gone back and saved him or anything. Like, yeah, I don't rock with him. Like, I just don't. That doesn't, like, and all these people, he's like, oh, it's been years since I've seen you guys. And then in the party scene is so awkward. Like, he's like, the guy left his AirPods in my taxi. Like, and it's like, oh, great. Like, and all the times they're talking, it's like so awkward and doesn't feel like justified. And like, only Peter and Vanessa, I understand why he likes those people. Like, I don't understand why he likes any of these other people.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think part of, maybe I'm tripping, part of like Deadpool and Deadpool 2 is like him learning to at least somewhat be more of a hero. No?
Yeah.
And like he learned that from Colossus, and he learned that from those people. That's like part of Deadpool 2.
Yeah.
And again, there is somewhat of a time jump here.
But he says, I haven't seen you guys in years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. Him not caring doesn't really bother me. What really bothers me is like the whole thing for Deadpool in this movie was like him mattering. Like the TVA agent Paradox was like, you'll finally have a chance to matter. And then when Cassandra was in his head, she was talking through Vanessa being like, you've never mattered, blah, 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 blah. So why does that, like, I understand like he wants to be like the joke of him being an Avenger and like finally mattering, but like, why is that a thing to him so much now? And also, why does he need to prove that he matters to get Vanessa back? Like, I did not like that him, again, spoiler alert for Deadpool and Wolverine, I don't like that him and Vanessa aren't together.
Me too.
One of the best parts of the first two movies is like that was the one thing that was constant, was their relationship being amazing.
And that's why I don't like Deadpool 2, because he's so annoying because he lost Vanessa. Like, I think these movies are worse without Vanessa. Which is weird because he's such a man whore in the comics that, like, it shouldn't be that way. He shouldn't be tied to a girlfriend. But it's so much better. If this movie was just that he was going to lose Vanessa, I think it would have been better. Mm-hmm. If they didn't make them, like, weirdly break up off screen.
That was not needed. Like, I understand. And the other thing.
The flashback doesn't make sense.
Yeah. They don't explain it enough. Like, this is, like, that is his number one relationship. That's, like, the constant in 1 and 2. And it was one of my favorite things about 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Is just how funny they worked together, how well they worked, and, like, all this other craziness happening, he's got Vanessa. And, like, the one line she had was like, oh, well, this boyfriend doesn't get me shot. It's like,
fuck you.
Yeah, like he went back in time to stop that, number one, and then, like, you knew who you were dating. Like, that's not a Vanessa thing that she would say.
You're right.
I don't think. And, like, to break up that couple,
yes,
and to do it off screen, and then your flashback not explain it well enough, and that to be, like, one of his main motivators in the movie is trying to get her back, and then at the end, like, she kind of puts his hand on, like,
yeah, it's not.
I hated all of that.
I hated it all.
I really did.
If he's just trying to save her, this movie, it first of all, it burns 20 minutes of just stuff that doesn't make sense, that's a mess.
Yeah.
If you just make it about Vanessa, and then we buy it so much more because we've spent 2 movies with them.
Yeah, if they're together,
and you've seen him how depressed he is without her.
Yeah, like going from Deadpool 2 to Deadpool 3, where they're broken up, and, like, yeah, he's trying to save these people in this Polaroid, but then you also have this other little, like, this is why it's kind of a mess. You also have this added layer of, like, they're not together, so he's trying to save them, but also prove that she should get back together with him. It's like, yeah, I agree. It would be so much better if, like, Paradox is like, we're pruning your timeline, basically.
Yeah. You're the only one that gets to leave. And he's like, can I bring Vanessa? And they're like, no.
And he's like, F you.
Yes. So much better. Oh, do the opening scene with the birthday and have none of those people show up. And it's just Vanessa. And he's like, this is how special it is and whatever.
Yeah. Again,
Dopinder should be in the fucking movie more. He should have been in the fucking void driving them through Taxi.
That'd be really funny.
Like, it's just, he's so good. Use him. He's so good. He's so funny. Like, it's so... And he's so good. This guy's a star now. He's Pav.
Yeah.
From Spiderverse.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that.
He's a star now. Like, put him in this movie. Yeah, that frustrated me that Peter got that. I thought they were getting rid of the Vanessa relationship because they were going to do Lady Deadpool. But they don't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they do it, but they don't have a relationship or anything. I thought for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they don't at all.
No. So now we can talk about the characters that...
We've gone so long, we have to talk about the cameos.
Sure, we can talk about the cameos real quick.
Yeah.
The cameos are great. So I called it, first of all. The cameo in Deadpool and Wolverine, I called it.
I mean, to the T.
Spoiler alert.
I mean, that they were going to act like he's Captain America, and then
it's Johnny Storm. Like, and there's literally a scene where, like, Deadpool thinks he's Captain America. He's like, oh, he's about to say it. And he expects him to say Avengers Assemble, and then he says Flame On. We also called it.
You called that to a T.
Yeah, but in the theater, we leaned over to each other and we're like, Flame On.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And again, that's another character that's not just a cameo. Like, he's in it for, like, a solid amount of time.
Which surprised me. When Pyro takes his fire, I thought when he fell down, I thought he broke his neck.
Yeah, like, and then he's still alive?
Yeah, that surprised me.
He's not alive.
Yeah.
He totally died.
Yeah, which, frankly, you should have killed him there, because the ripping of the skin bit... I didn't find that funny.
It was all right, but it led to the end credit scene was kind of funny. Watching Chris Evans say all those lines was kind of funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then you get the little ones.
Just like, keep going. Like in the end credit scene, that was very funny.
You get the little ones like Toad and Pyro and and Sabretooth.
Azazel is a cameo in this movie. You know what I'm saying? Nightcrawler's dad, the red one. He's a cameo.
Yep.
Another cameo. Can we please talk about my favorite sequence in the movie?
Sure.
I wish it was the whole movie. Was the Deadpool looking for various Wolverines in the multiverse was incredible.
Yeah.
Every single one of those. How interesting that it was Hugh Jackman as Patch.
Yeah.
That was interesting. That kind of shocked a lot of us.
A little, would have liked it to be Daniel Radcliffe or whoever.
But that's fine.
The short joke was great.
The short joke is phenomenal. There's
hilarious.
Good jokes in it. You see Hulk.
Yeah, so I want to talk about that.
That's a cameo.
Did that frustrate you?
Of course it did.
Because, like, I think they knew that we wanted a Wolverine Hulk fight, and then just to show, like, hey, the fight's happening, we're not going to watch it. Little frustrating.
And it was the brown suit. It was the yellow and brown.
But it's Mark
suit.
Ruffalo's Hulk.
Really?
I could tell by the arm, it definitely didn't look like Norton's Hulk.
I thought it was a different shade of green.
Maybe it looked like Norton.
That forest was decimated. They were having a fucking brawl.
I know, and now that makes me think that we're never gonna see it.
I know, because they acknowledge it.
Yeah.
But they did this. That's like one of the most famous comic covers ever. Like they did it all. Like I was like, oh, this is amazing, because you've had Hugh Jackman for 20 years. And you never did any of this. And you got to show us all of it. That was awesome. And what do you think about Henry Cavill?
Great.
You had no idea it was Henry Cavill.
It took me a second.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, and it wasn't until the end of the scene where I was like, oh, is that Cavill?
Yeah. Well, it was. We were in like the front left.
Yeah.
So everybody's faces were kind of like deformed.
Yeah.
So like it definitely took me a second as well, but I was like, wow, they freaking did Cavill. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That was good. I liked that.
So moving on to the big ones. Obviously, there's X-23. They revealed that.
Can I say one quick thing about X-23? I was upset they didn't do the yellow suit. I was upset that it was the Logan one. But when they go into that fight and she puts on the glasses, I was like, never mind.
Yeah, it's so cute.
You totally sold me. That was coming off of that 1 hour of that movie where they were really losing me, where I was like, this movie's really messy, like, and like the cameos, like they just didn't do it for me and everything, and I was like, I think I'm out. Like I don't think I like this movie. And she puts on the glasses and that saved it. And then I thought that fight scene was great. I thought that was the second best fight scene in the movie.
So, again, spoiler alert.
Well, this is all spoilers. They know.
Yeah, for the TikToks. If I edit it up, I like if we ever say something annoying, it's because like I'm having to cut all of these for TikToks.
Yeah.
So spoiler alert for Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yes.
The cameos in the Void. So here we go. You get the Elektra. You get the Blade.
Jennifer Garner Elektra.
Yeah. You get
Wesley Snipes Blade out of retirement.
And then you get Channing Tatum
Gambit.
Him talking was hilarious.
Yes.
Obviously. Deadpool makes some jokes about it.
Yes.
But like even the lines where like I was kind of supposed to be understanding what he was saying. No idea.
No
like
idea.
And he nails it. And they do his powers well. He's got the staff. He's throwing the cards in the fight scene. That fight scene was a little violent. Again, they could have shown that, to your point, they could have shown her slicing Juggernaut's head off, and they didn't.
They didn't. That's my point.
Yeah. But that fight scene is great. They really let them shine for a moment, and it was a nice little. And they even say in the movie like we need our ending or our send off or whatever, and they kind of get it.
I thought the joke, that was another great joke, was dude, we lost this person, we lost Daredevil. Oh, Daredevil. And Jennifer Garner goes, no problem.
Yeah.
Because they were married at the time and are now divorced.
Oh, nice. And what about the divorce joke for Hugh Jackman was crazy.
Yes.
That was crazy. I did like a double take. I was like, was that a reference to
real life?
The real one?
Yeah, that was funny.
So yeah, that's probably my second favorite fight scene. It's close with the car fight. The use of the greatest show in Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, obviously a little disappointing. They could have done more. I think releasing the soundtrack beforehand got people's expectations up.
Yes, I agree completely with this.
It would have been, just hearing it at all would have been absolutely amazing. And now hearing it was kind of like,
oh, that's all we got.
Yeah.
I totally, when he was going universe to universe looking for Wolverines, I knew for a fact that one of them he was just going to be singing. Oh. Came to the wrong universe for this one. And it's just Hugh Jackman on stage. This is the greatest show. Like, that would have been hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the whole thing bothered me a little bit. Channing Tatum was pretty funny.
And I'm glad that he got to do it. He wanted to do Gambit for so long. The costume kind of looked awful, but it was kind of on purpose.
Yeah. The ending I kind of liked. So in Deadpool and Wolverine, the reason that I say Wolverine kind of saved it a little bit for me is because we're talking about the messiness of it and them not. Okay, so the characters that you need the backstory for, right?
Yes.
Deadpool.
Yes.
We already talked about that.
Yes.
With the Vanessa thing
Yeah,
and
doesn't
all that.
work.
it just wasn't really working for me. And then Cassandra, they kind of tell you like,
well, I'm fine with Cassandra because that is her character in the comics. She's just like irrationally evil.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to use that character, that's what you use her for. You don't give her a backstory. You don't, you know, yes, the strangling, she does try to strangle Charles in the womb. That's like accurate or whatever. But like, you just know that she's generally evil. But like, the reasons she does what she does in this movie is unearned. That's my issue with it.
You didn't like the pruning all time so she could be in control of the void? I thought that was fine.
That was fine. I mean, her letting them go. That does not seem like something she would do.
Yes and no. I was afraid that there were two reasons she did it. Like, Wolverine spared her or whatever, which was a good moment for him, kind of. And I was afraid, like, that was going to be cliche. Oh, you spared me, I'll spare you. But there was one other thing that caused her to do that, and I can't remember what it was. I think it was either the guy shooting her or something that, like, made her... Because I think she let them go so she also, like, followed them to Paradox or something. There was some other reason, I can't remember what it was, that wasn't just like, oh, you spared me, so I'll have mercy. There was some other reason that made it a little more okay for me.
But the Pyro stuff is later. She lets them go, and then she's talking to Pyro, and Pyro says it's about Paradox. And then she goes, oh, well, I'll just go where they went.
Yeah, no, I can't remember what it was, but there was something. So, Deadpool, Wolverine, and then the villains. The villains was a little too much, again, if you can combine them into one or whatever, like you were kind of saying.
Like, I didn't give a crap about Paradox at all.
Yeah, I think he did a good job, and...
Like, his motives, don't care. Like, his motive is literally laziness. He doesn't feel like doing his job. That doesn't work for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was a little too much. So we already talked about Deadpool's backstory. The Wolverine backstory. So basically, this is like the worst Wolverine ever. He let his entire universe down. Everyone hates him. I like that. That's fine. That's good. I'd like to know what the frick he did.
They do explain it a little bit.
Kind of.
That's not enough.
Not enough. Like,
that's not enough. Him being out at the bar and humans just massacre the X-Men?
Yeah.
That's not enough.
No, it's not. And I couldn't remember. I couldn't tell if they were saying, like, during the children thing.
Yeah.
Like, the children were calling out for him, like in Logan, and he left them to die?
Yeah.
That would be pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
But, like, it was also in the same... explanation, again, we need to watch it again. It was also in the same explanation of him talking about him being at the bar and then massacring the X-Men. And like, that was the main thing he was talking about. That's not enough. Like, he says, he's like, oh, I've done the worst thing ever. It's like, then he goes all Anakin. He says, oh, I just started killing.
Yes. So did he kill like a ton of humans because of that?
I think.
But like, even then, like it feels like there will be a worse Wolverine.
Yeah. I just, during the Cassandra scene where she was doing that for him, this is why I say, like, again, it's not perfect because I wanted to see it. I wanted to see a flashback. I wanted it explained a little bit more, and maybe we just missed it. But, like, to have that be such an integral part of the story, that this is the worst Wolverine, he did something so terrible, and then you kind of touch on it.
Yeah.
Don't really explain it. And the only explanation that was, like, super clear was I was at a bar, then they killed X-Men, and then I killed humans.
Yeah. That's not enough for me. I'm with you.
It's not enough. But,
I'm with you.
But... they do explain that he's the worst Wolverine.
Yes.
They do explain why he's trying to do what he's doing. So you get that a little bit. You get his motivation. Maybe the backstory isn't explained enough, but you get it a little bit. You get the scene with him in X-23 where she says, you know, you were never the right guy.
Until you were.
That's good. And then you get the Cassandra scene where she's in his head, and it's not explained well enough, but she actually offers him, like, hey, if I can quiet the voices. And then there's that scene where it goes quiet.
Yeah, that's good.
That was really good.
Yeah.
And then he still decides, like, I'm still going to do the right thing. I'm going to come out of this, like, even though you can quiet these voices for me, I'm going to choose to not do that. I'm also going to choose to sacrifice you. And then at the end, I'm going to choose to sacrifice myself so that I can finally do something good for people. That's why, like, if it didn't have any of that, I would say I probably might bump it down to an 8 or a 7.5. But the Wolverine stuff, that stuff saves it a little bit for me. It's not perfect. I wish it was explained a little bit better. But that actually gives it some gravitas. And, like, that's why I'm saying the Wolverine character shines, because the sacrifice at the end and him choosing to finally, like, and then this is why it was good. The line from the TVA agent, I can't remember her name, where Deadpool says, hey, I kind of promised him you could go back and, like, help fix his universe.
Yes.
And she says,
nothing.
the person you are now, you wouldn't be that if that stuff didn't happen. And what you just did was a good thing. That line was good. The bad stuff in your life can lead to you becoming a better person. And like, she's not going to fix the stuff in his past because now you're this person, and that's important. That was all good.
That was good. See, but that was one of my main pros was Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. I think they did a good job with him.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. Here's a con that we couldn't have really talked about, not in spoilers. I don't like how they handle the suit.
Disagree.
Wait. I hate that they make 4 comments about it. That Hugh he thinks it's a goofy suit and he was only wearing it to remember his fallen X-Men.
That's another good moment for him.
I don't like that. Can he wear the suit and just think it's cool because it's cool?
I mean, he's Wolverine.
Wolverine is awesome! Wolverine is awesome whether he's shirtless or in the yellow suit. And I don't like that they have to continually act like this is a goofy suit. It's awesome.
I didn't get that feeling. I thought that was a really good moment for him of being like, hey, I am... Like, Wolverine is the kind of guy to not want to be a team player and not wear a goofy suit. And to say... And
I'm not saying it's out of character. I'm just saying, you didn't have to.
Yeah, sure, but it gives him the moment of this is how I'm remembering my friends. It didn't bother me. I kind of understand what you're saying. It just didn't bother me.
But then it gives this, right? So the motivation is that the suit is really important to him because it makes him remember his friends or whatever. Why would he ever let it get as damaged as it gets? I don't mean some sword holes or whatever. I mean the sleeves get ripped off, which happens off screen, weirdly. But you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? Okay, this suit is so important to you because it's the only thing left to remind you of the X-Men. He specifically says that. And then in 2 scenes later, the sleeves are gone. So significant damage is done to this suit.
He was in fights. I don't know. It's not like he was just in the back, ripping it apart. He was fighting people, no?
He was fighting Deadpool. It happens in the Deadpool car fight.
Yeah.
But I just don't that. Doesn't.
Is he not supposed to fight Deadpool because he's trying to keep his suit clean? I don't understand the point here.
You don't understand the point?
I mean, I get it, but he could be wearing the suit in his universe where he's at a bar to remember his friends, but then he gets thrown into the void other universe where he's got to fight someone. He's gonna try do a fight scene where he's trying to keep his suit clean. I don't.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't
know. Anything else? I mean, we've talked about it for a while.
Is there anything else we need to talk about?
No.
What's your favorite part, period? Give me a high, low, and a buffalo.
Sure. My high would probably have to be the first scene.
Yeah.
That was probably the highest of the movie.
Yeah.
But my highs in general are the fights, cameos, and comedy.
Yeah.
I think they nailed all 3 of those. So good for them. I mean, if they didn't nail one of those... It would crash and burn for me, but I think they nail all 3 of those, so that's my high. My low is the messiness in the story and the lack of backstory with things like Vanessa and Hugh and Wolverine's character. My buffalo would be... Did anything interesting happen while we were watching it? My buffalo would be that I called the...
You nailed the Chris Evans prediction.
Chris Evans
I mean, exactly. My high is the proposal joke. Absolutely killed me. My low is the movie looks kind of shitty sometimes. The colors are off. It looks kind of bad. The direction I don't think is great. And it is a mess. It's a mess. I can't stop.
I agree with you generally on some of that stuff. I do think you're in your mood of being more picky than you should be.
And my buffalo is I can't wait to see it again. I need to see it again to have
I do want to see it again. Yeah.
So here's our review for Captain America: Brave New World. Here are our scores out of 10. 3, 2, 1. 5 out of 10. Ooh.
That's exactly where I thought you were going to be.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's where everyone else was. Apparently, I'm the only person that liked this movie.
I am generally lower than you. I think maybe we liked it the same.
I still think I liked it because I was at an 8.
Interesting. Okay, positives off the bat.
Yeah.
there are some excellent action sequences in this movie.
Yes.
The opening scene is one of my favorite scenes in the movie. I thought the opening scene was fabulous.
Okay.
And I really liked some of the things that they did with the story.
Okay.
My negatives would be it kind of feels empty. And I don't think many or any of the resolutions or anything give much of an emotional or intellectual payoff. I think that the first half of this movie, a la WandaVision, is way better than the second half for the most part because I think that the setup is better than the payoff.
Sure, it wasn't like a super emotionally deep movie.
No.
I don't think I really needed it to be. I think there were some moments that were good. Some things maybe resolved a little bit too quickly, but I don't think any of them were bad. What I said last night and in my Letterboxd review, everyone go follow us at Wafello.
Alex Azor, Alexazor.
Was I thought the start of it was kind of... I thought the opening scene was fun, the fight scene or whatever.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the opening. Before the time jump.
Remind me. Huh?
You don't even remember that.
I didn't hear. He becomes what? Oh, he walks.
Yep.
Okay. That scene was great.
That's a top 3 scene in the movie for me.
Yeah,
when that happened, we were sitting in the theater. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, this is incredible.
Okay. It's a little bit
loved that
it's a little bit of an overreaction, but it was good. I did like it. But I did think the opening fight scene, because there's an opening fight scene, that's not really that much of a spoiler, but I thought the start of it was a little, not slow, but just kind of like basic. Like it wasn't doing anything special. But once the mystery and main plot gets started, I think it rolls. I think it moves after that, and I was interested throughout. And like you said, the action was great, and I think Harrison and Anthony were great, and that's why I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
We are going to have a debate when it comes to spoilers.
Okay.
Like, I disagree with a lot of what you just said.
Great. I can't wait to tell you that you're wrong. I do it very well. But apparently I'm wrong. I was literally the only person above a 6.
Unfortunately, Captain America: Brave New World did debut with a 53% on Rotten Tomatoes today.
That's way too low.
And I do expect that to go down, unfortunately. There were a lot of positive reviews walking out of the premiere. It was funny sitting next to our good friend Soups, who did not like this movie. You can watch his review on his TikTok or on his Twitter. He was very mean. He just started reading the positive reviews of people at the premiere on Twitter, and he goes, combination of Dark Knight and Winter Soldier. He just goes, what is this?
Okay, it's definitely not that.
I was dying. That was one of the funniest moments of the night for me, was that car ride home of just Soups complaining. Here's one of the biggest things I wanted to talk about when it comes to Captain America: Brave New World. You are required to do your homework. This is the first MCU movie in a maybe ever, at least in a long time, where the MCU is like, yeah, you have to watch other things for this. I think they did a really good job in Multiverse of Madness, right? Doctor Strange walks up to Wanda and she's like, I've done bad things. I hurt people. And he's like, I'm not here to talk about Westview. Essentially being like to the audience, if you watch WandaVision, great. If you didn't, you're probably fine.
Yeah.
Right? This movie, absolutely, it's required that you've watched both Falcon and the Winter Soldier and The Incredible Hulk.
And I mean, it would help to have watched Eternals, kind of.
Sure.
It's not needed, but like,
well,
that's a huge
There
thing.
were people that were sitting near us that asked me, said, oh, is that from Ultron? I was like,
no,
Eternals. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Like, but like, Incredible Hulk is required viewing, like, not even a question.
You could enjoy the movie without having seen either of those. Yes, you can. But it would be helpful.
I don't know.
I mean, obviously Isaiah Bradley is in the movie. He's in the trailers.
Okay, if you could maybe argue to me that you can skip Falcon and Winter Soldier because they do explain Isaiah Bradley relatively well.
Yeah.
You cannot. I don't think you could argue to me. There is
Yeah.
a world that you can skip Incredible Hulk and see this movie and know what the hell's going on. It is.
You can enjoy the movie without seeing it.
It's an Incredible Hulk sequel.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of. But I like it.
Well, you are a defender of the Incredible Hulk. I'm still a believer that other than Guardians 2, it's the worst MCU movie. But after rewatching it literally 2 nights ago, because I kind of knew that I would need to rewatch it, but oh boy, was I glad I watched it. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot from that movie, which I think it's super cool that in Brave New World they have all this stuff from 2008, 2009,
Absolutely.
Incredible Hulk. That's finally paying off.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's so cool. And that's why I love movies and I love the MCU. It's just like they're still doing this.
Absolutely.
And tying it in.
That's absolutely a positive.
Yeah.
A lot of the Incredible Hulk stuff is some of the strongest stuff in the movie. It is fun. How did you feel about Harrison Ford as
Ross?
President Ross in this movie?
I think Harrison Ford is just the GOAT. And like I think anytime he's on screen, I was interested.
Yeah.
Just by the way he's talking and his voice is just so iconic and so good. There's a reason he's an A-list actor for so long. It is funny. I think the older he gets, the slower he wants to talk. He just doesn't care about talking at a normal speed. In the movie, he talks like pretty quiet and slow because that's just who he is now, and it works for the character. But also at the premiere, when he's talking, I swear he was doing an impression of like Snape. He was just like. There was just like long pauses, which like works for just like his aura, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like everyone was like, "Can you put the microphone like a little closer to your mouth?" Like, I don't get. But yeah, I loved him.
I do feel. I knew I was going to feel this way going into it. I do really miss the late great William Hurt.
Sure.
And especially after I can't stress this enough. I watched Incredible Hulk the night before we saw this movie, and there is a disconnect between their performances. And our friend Riz said this on the car ride home. Like little lines that Hurt makes in the various MCU performances he has, like in Endgame when he says arrest these men, or Infinity War when he says arrest these guys. But like especially in his scene in Civil War, which I think is one of the best scenes in that movie, where he goes, perspective, and like has just line reads like that he has a certain aura to him that's intimidating and menacing and like very much like this guy doesn't have the right intentions. And I know that like a big point of this movie is like he's trying to change.
Yeah.
But it did feel like, because he is a different actor, it did feel like a new actor to me. And that did lose me a couple times if they are trying to continue the story of this guy that we have seen in the MCU since 2008, 2009. So there was some disconnect there. I did enjoy all of Harrison Ford's performance. I thought Harrison Ford gave a good performance, but there is just some disconnect there.
What about Anthony Mackie?
I agree with Soups.
What do you say?
I do not think Anthony Mackie is a leading man.
Sure, but I will say he showed up a little bit more than I thought he would, so I don't have a problem. I think he was good.
I'm happy to hear that. I
thought Sam was fun.
I'm happy to hear that.
I'm just so unbothered.
Yeah, clearly.
Y'all last night, it was like,
they were furious.
like when there was like 12 of us upstairs, it was just like a circle jerk of hate.
Yeah. I mean, you and I were silent.
Yeah, we were just like watching everyone talk. And you know, that's how it be with your boys, and when you're talking with people after movie, like the energy, you just kind of go off or whatever.
Yeah.
But people were complaining about like things that
Very little things that didn't matter.
Yeah, you know, and I was just like, that doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me. I don't know. I just want to enjoy things.
Yeah, he's great in Civil War, and he's obviously amazing in Winter Soldier, and the 3 lines he gets in Infinity War, he's good, but he's just not. Yeah, he's just. To me, he's so much better with 16 lines than 60.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, you know, there are some scenes where I love I love his character and how it's come and how they're handling his responsibility and how he feels pressure and all that. And they obviously really focused on that in the TV show, and it shows up a little bit in the movie, and how he's still trying to do the right thing, and how he's a good guy, and he's not Steve, but he's close enough in his morals and stuff like that. And some of the scenes he had with Ross, the one at the start, and then there's another one near the end where he's kind of like, I thought his. It's not Robert Downey Jr., it's not Chris Hemsworth as Thor, but, I think he handled it great.
We can talk about this because it is so prominent in the marketing. It's very prominent on your t-shirt and my little windbreaker right now.
On the store, by the way. Go check them out.
What did you think of Red Hulk?
Yeah, so obviously we see a lot of Red Hulk in the trailers, and a lot of people were... scared. How much can I say without
I don't
spoilers?
think you should say what you're going to say right now.
Again,
I just want to know your thoughts. What did you think?
Again, that's another thing that people were somewhat complaining about last night, that I was just unbothered by. The stuff that you see in the trailers, when you see that in the movie, I think it's a lot of fun, and I think they do a good job with it.
It's the best action sequence in an MCU movie since
Guardians 3 Hallway.
Guardians 3 Hallway. I loved a lot of Deadpool Wolverine. There's not a fight scene in Deadpool Wolverine that's better than the Red Hulk fight scene in this movie. The one take, I don't find that interesting. I really like the fight with the variants, but that fight scene is not better than the Red Hulk scene in this movie.
That's really tough. I think it's close, but I can see why you're saying that, or why someone would enjoy this one over the other.
I mean, we've been yelling at them for years now. It's a proper MCU Hulk. Goodness gracious. It was such a breath of fresh air to see an angry monster destroy things. It was so much fun.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And I wasn't thrilled about the action sequences throughout the movie. There are some that I think are better than others. But
we can agree that there's two awesome ones.
Yes.
Okay.
But the Red Hulk scene is like exactly how it should have been. Like, it was properly cut. It was properly edited. You could tell everything that was going on. You saw every single move. The choreography was fun. You don't get much choreography with a Hulk, but the moves that he does, there's one in particular that we'll talk about in spoilers that got a huge reaction out of the crowd. Like, God, like, it was just a breath of fresh air. And there's a point where you think the fight is over.
Right.
And then something happens afterwards. And what happens afterwards, I wasn't thrilled about. But what happens afterwards, I was like, let's go. This is Hulk. Like, here we go. Yeah. Like, that's so awesome. You do see, and it's not a Batman v Superman situation where it's like you're hyping up, and then they fight for 5 minutes. Like, I felt satisfied with the Red Hulk fight.
You see a lot of it in the trailers. You do, but you don't see all of it.
Correct,
but you do see a lot of it.
We avoided trailers pretty much after the first one, and I'm very glad we did because there was a lot of.
What was they released a scene of a fight? What fight? There was not a fight in that movie where I was like, this is so gargantuanly bad.
I'm with you. It's the fight that happens at the very start of the movie in the opening fight sequence when Giancarlo Esposito is involved but isn't in the fight. And then there's a big guy.
Yeah.
That's the fight. I didn't think there was anything wrong with that.
Yeah,
fine. As soon as the scene started, I was like, this is where they're going to... Because I really enjoyed the movie up until this point. Yeah. I was like, this is where they're going to lose because everybody told me this scene sucked. I thought it was fine.
Yeah, I thought it was fine.
So if you've seen that scene and you were like, in the context of the movie, I don't know if it's still the same scene. Maybe they cut it because everybody hated it so much or they reshot it or something. But in the context of the movie, I thought it was perfectly fine. Yeah, I thought the opening scene was great with him being the president. Yeah. I thought that was one of the best scenes in the movie for me. Other than the Red Hulk fight scene, I think that the second best scene in the movie or one of the best scenes in the movie is the Bucky scene is great.
Yeah.
And the boys pointed this out on the car ride home. That's a leading man.
No.
He comes in and saves the day.
Yeah, no, I think the Buck, when I thought it was gonna be Ross, I'm stupid. I didn't know, but yeah, it was Bucky coming in was great, and his little speech. The last thing he said in his speech didn't really make sense to me.
I don't think any of the speech really made sense, but I didn't care because I love him.
It was like Steve gave people hope, but you give them something to aspire to.
Yeah. Like, what does that mean?
What is that, like, how is that supposed to be, like, inspirational to me? I don't know. But, yeah, when they come in and they hug, and it was like, oh, the boys.
Yeah, it was cute.
Yeah, it was cute.
It was really cute. What do you think, Congressman? Bullshit, right?
A little...
I get that this is a fake...
Who's voting for him?
Yeah, this is a fake world. I get that, right? I get that this is a fake universe. But, like, suspension of disbelief, whatever. But, like, I get it. Red Hulk's the fucking president, but y'all didn't know that. Like, what are we doing? This guy killed JFK.
Also,
like,
the leader helped him become president. So, like, he had the statistical... Like, he basically... for the last 10 years, helped Ross become president by being super smart. Bucky doesn't have that. So even if there's things in Thaddeus's past, it would make more sense because you have a supercomputer human helping you get elected. Bucky is...
The guy running against Congressman Barnes, like, has the easiest campaign of all time. This guy killed Howard Stark.
Just be like, Homecoming, Furnace, 17. Yeah.
Oh, what are we? Yeah, that makes...
And even if people don't know his past of, like, all the secret things he did, he was Civil War blasted across the planet for supposedly killing T'Chaka, and I know he, like, got cleared or whatever, but still.
Did he? Yeah, like, I don't...
And he went on the run with Cap. Yeah, it was a little much. I was like...
Now, I do get it on paper. He does have a solid campaign as well. He's like, I was an Avenger. I lived in Wakanda. I've got good foreign relations. I've been alive for 110 years, so I know what the fuck's going on. Like, he does have fair arguments.
It would be crazy that the MCU is about to be a world where Red Hulk is president, the Winter Soldier is a congressman, and Kingpin is about to be mayor of New York.
That's true.
It's like, can we get our... It's a commentary on the real world, maybe. I don't know.
That's, like, so true.
It's crazy. How are these people getting elected? Just got to murder some people.
Clearly. You want to get into office as an MCU character? And Julia Louis-Dreyfus, she's a bad person, and she's somebody in government.
Yeah.
The guy decapitated a dude with
a car
Captain
door.
America's shield.
Oh.
And he's still doing something.
On video.
That was crazy. So
what else?
Let's just move on to... Let's go into what we got to talk about. Okay, you were interested once the mystery kicked off.
Yeah.
You're happy with the resolution of the mystery.
Get more specific.
I think it was so... Like, when it opened and the mystery started going on, I was like, we are cooking. Like, this is awesome. When he goes to Isaiah Bradley's prison and he goes, do not come back. I'm like, holy shit, something's going on with that. And then something's going on with Russ. And I know it's the leader, but, like, how is the leader involved in this and that? Such a boring resolution, in my opinion, that this is just the leader wants revenge because Ross wouldn't let him go. That is so boring to me.
No. I mean, maybe his motivation could have been
I wanted it
deeper.
To be like, oh, he wants to start a war with Japan. I thought that was so boring. I really did.
Yeah, maybe the motivation should have been like a deeper, more elaborate thing, but yeah, the twistiness of it being mind control, but from the leader from prison, and the backstory of Ross trying to get better, but then he still has these skeletons in his closet, and then the leader like letting him live all these years just to F with him later, and the way he's doing that is this complicated, have someone shoot at him but not kill him on purpose so that Japan starts pulling out and then a war starts. How that's really cool for the leader's character to not just, bribe someone to go shoot him. No, he's using mind control to pull this string to make this war happen so that not only does Ross eventually die, but he's also poisoning him throughout the years to turn him into Red Hulk so that everyone sees him become what he hates, but also he started a war, so he ruins his entire legacy, but also puts him in prison at the end. I thought all of that was super interesting.
Yeah, I
thought that was all cool.
I thought it was. I thought the resolution was really empty.
I mean, if you're talking about the ending just being like, I'm turning myself in to like
No,
make this
we'll
happen.
get to that. Believe me, we'll
That
get
I
to
didn't
that.
like.
We'll get to that. Believe me. I mean, like everything. Like I feel like you set up all these interesting threads. I do think it's interesting, like when they're actually investigating and they see the flashing on the phone and this and that. It's like, okay, like this is really good, right? But like as soon as we get to the leader's office, Camp Echo 1, I was like, oh, you've like kind of completely lost me from then on, because I felt, first of all, he tells his whole plan. And then it's like, oh, who even cares by this point? And because you as Marvel have done nothing but show us Red Hulk in every single spot he's going to be in, we all know exactly what's going to happen at the end of this movie.
Yeah, that is
boring.
Sure. Yeah.
When
I'll give you
I
that.
saw that the fight in the ocean around Celestial Island, when I saw that wasn't the final act, I was like, oh my gosh, Red Hulk is the final act. We know exactly where we're going here.
Yeah, I mean that was a little frustrating, but that's just marketing. Like him almost turning into the Hulk there. Like I knew he wasn't going to turn into the Hulk there.
Yeah.
And he's talking to him in his ear, so we knew it was just going to happen later. So like some of the things were predictable, but just because of the trailers. But that happens sometimes.
Yeah, but not that. I don't remember the last time the MCU was that predictable, man.
Yeah, but it wasn't predictable that the leader was doing all of these things, and it was that twisty, and Esposito was working for him, and all of that.
I didn't love it.
I think some of it was predictable, sure, and again, the resolution at the very end of how a couple things ended was a little too quick.
Yeah, so let's get into that.
Sure.
That's the worst part of the movie, right? Is that we've now seen Captain America Sam Wilson save the day now 3 times and talk 3 villains out of a conflict. I get that he's a fucking therapist. I get that that's his thing. That needs to stop being the resolution. I am livid with that.
What are the 3? Flag Smashers?
Yeah, so he talks to Flag Smasher, gets her to quit, and then she gets shot, and then he comes out to the government, talks to the government, and then now he talks Ross.
Yeah, so
I'm over it.
Yeah, sure. The two endings for the 2 characters of the leader just being like, the way I have to make this happen is turning myself in. After this whole movie where they're like half showing him and he's got the eyes and he's pulling all the strings and he's killing this person by making his heart stop, and then
Yeah, what does he mean at the end where he's like, I'm the hero? Like, that doesn't make any sense or get resolved or anything like that.
I think he was just saying like, I'm taking down Thaddeus because he's a terrible person. Like,
I guess.
But yeah, and then he just comes in and he's like, take me.
Yeah.
And the reason he had to do that, because I was waiting for it, I was like, okay, I'm going to need a good reason for this, is because then he revealed what Thaddeus did to him during his press. That was another cool thing, that he planned it specifically where he would be taken in and the news would come up as he was giving a speech and everyone would start asking him about it, and then he would Hulk out during a press conference. That was another thing that the leader kind of like planned. But like, you could just leak that information or like tell
Anytime.
without turning yourself in.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
and then we could have had like another thing after the Hulk of like having to take the leader down in a more cool way. So that was a little frustrating. And yeah, the Hulk is just like, you beat him and it was cool, and then you just talk him down again.
Oh, I was like,
I really wanted him to hit him during the fight with sun's getting real low. I thought that would have been hilarious.
Hilarious, yeah.
But
there's no good humor in this movie.
No, I will give you that. I think I laughed like once, maybe twice.
Maybe. The boys were saying one of the best jokes in the movie is, and this is the one time I said something last night, and I said that to you. I was like, look, I'm not giving my opinion or anything, but they were all unanimously, there's a joke with Bucky where he's like, oh, my speechwriters write that? Oh, did I rush it? Whatever. That's like bar for bar, word for word, like a solid joke from Ocean's 11 between George Clooney and Brad Pitt. And George Clooney and Brad Pitt, first of all, doing it 20 years earlier helps you. But the other thing that helps you is that it's George Clooney and Brad Pitt. Yeah. It's so much better in Ocean's 11 than it is in this movie. I rolled my eyes when that I was like, this is Ocean's 11. So I did. Yeah, that bothered me. Why does Isaiah Bradley tell him to not come back in the prison?
I think he was just like, don't worry about me. Like, that wasn't a thing that needed to be resolved for me.
Sure, okay.
He was just like, I'm going to die now.
I don't know. So we talked about this not being a problem for Moana 2. This movie is decimated by reshoots. And I felt I could tell.
Yeah, a couple people were saying that.
Do you don't think so?
No.
Okay, solid. I'm happy for you. There are scenes with Isaiah Bradley where he has 2 different haircuts. like just objectively. And I was like, oh, wow.
I normally notice stuff like that.
Yeah, oh, it was like clear. And I actually don't think I noticed stuff like that typically, but I really did. There were some CGI moments that were iffy.
I was waiting for that.
The leader at the end, when he's turning himself in, does not look good. And a big one for me is in the opening fight scene, Joaquin Torres Falcon lands.
Yeah, and he's like, I knew you were going to say something about that.
I was like, uh-oh. I was like, we are not in for a good time here. But, I mean, we kind of knew that. They're introducing the movie, and they're talking about how amazing the first responders are. And they're like, we were working on this movie less than a month ago.
Oh, did they say that?
He was like, and we were worried that we were going to have to leave. We weren't going to be able to make the movie, but you guys saved the day. You guys made sure that we could finish this movie. The Last Jedi, I know that that's not a movie that you're fond of. That movie was picture locked for 6 months. What the fuck happened to that, Disney? Like, knowing what the movie is going to be for a year. Like, this movie, I mean, they were reshooting and reshooting and reshooting. Big thing I want to say about this movie that we had to say for spoilers. This movie is dealing with a lot of controversy right now because of a particular character in this movie that plays an ex-Black Widow security detail character, because this character is, in the movie, canonically born in Israel. And I will say this character is barely in the movie. You could have easily cut this character from the movie to avoid all this controversy. That's just what I want to say. I'm not going to comment on the controversy. I'm not going to comment how we feel about it.
Well, I think...
But...
Well, it would have been tough to... They would have had to do a lot of reshoots to take her out completely.
Do you think they cut a lot of stuff?
I think they cut a lot. I think she was in it way more.
Probably. They do give her a superhero suit. You never really see it.
Yeah, she has like one fight scene.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the structure of the movie definitely changed. But yeah, cutting her out completely would have been a lot. So
you're probably right.
There were people protesting at the premiere.
Absolutely.
That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, that was. So yeah, that was. I mean, what's are there any specific positives that you want to talk about?
I mean, just what I said. Again, I thought, you know, people were complaining that the leader's head wasn't big enough, or
I don't give a fuck about
Red Hulk. You know, his fire powers weren't shown enough, or
I didn't care about that either.
Yeah, last night there was just a lot, and most of them just didn't matter. Again, it's not S tier Marvel, it's not A tier Marvel, but I would put it B tier.
All right, I'm gonna start naming MCU movies. This doesn't need to necessarily be a spoiler thing. Captain America: Brave New World, is it better than Deadpool and Wolverine?
No.
I agree. Is it better than Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania?
That's the realm where it will be for me.
But you're just higher on Quantumania than everybody else.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said Quantumania?
Quantumania.
Oh, yes, it's better than that.
Okay, what movie did you think I was talking about?
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Okay, Ant-Man and the Wasp. So it's in the Ant-Man and the Wasp sector for you.
Yeah.
I think it's
maybe a little higher.
It's in the... Yeah, well, it's not better than Cap 1. It's not better than Cap 2 or Cap 3. It's by far the worst Cap movie.
For sure.
I think it's better than the show.
Yeah.
The show has some strong stuff in it.
It's not better than Iron Man 1. It's not better than Guardians 1 or Guardians 3.
No.
It's not better than any of the Avengers.
No. Yeah, it's not better than Ultron.
It's not better than Shang-Chi. It's not better than...
I think it is not better than Shang-Chi. Ow, sorry.
It's not better than Ant-Man 1. It's not better than Doctor Strange.
No.
It's not better than Black Panther.
No. Or Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
I might put it over Wakanda Forever.
I think Wakanda Forever and Black Panther are like 1A, 1B for me. Like, not 1A, but like A and B. Like, they're the same spot. Like, if I have one 23rd, the other's 24th. Like, they're...
Interesting. But yeah, it's like in the Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, Ant-Man 2 realm. It's better than Multiverse of Madness.
Here's something I really want to say here.
Probably.
It is better than Multiverse of Madness, I think, but Multiverse of Madness is just such a disaster, in my opinion. Here's what I want to say. Here's something I really want to say. A lot of the movies you're naming that it's in the realm of Ant-Man and the Wasp, Iron Man 2. What was another one you just named?
I don't know.
Some other movies like that are in the...
People don't like.
Mid-ish range of MCU movies. All of those movies feel like, to me, that they are probably bad movies with like standout moments, very similar to one of your favorite movies of all time that you've done to death on this podcast, The Amazing Spider-Man 2. The Amazing Spider-Man 2, in my opinion, is a very bad movie, but it has some spectacular moments that like raise it up from being a bad movie structurally and, you know, writing wise and everything like that. You've got the opening scene to this, to that. This movie, I don't think structurally is an awful movie, but there's also no moments in this movie that are like, wow.
No, yeah, for sure.
You know, and for that reason, I feel that Captain America Brave New World may fall into, maybe unfairly, the category of the Thor Love and Thunders, the Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumanias, because with other MCU movies, like Iron Man 2, bad movie, you've got Justin Hammer. So a lot of people could pull up a clip on Twitter of Justin Hammer and be like, this movie's way better than we remember. Or Ant-Man and the Wasp, you know, you could think about, you know, the restaurant owner and how boring that is. But then you think about the truth serum and Luis giving another hilarious story and you're like, oh, this movie might be better than I remember. When I don't think you're going to have that in Captain America Brave New World. In the same way that there's not really a great moment or standout moment in Quantumania or Thor Love and Thunder, where those movies, everybody has pointed out the flaws a million times on Twitter, and you don't have a scene where it's like, wow, they're cooking with sauce with that one. Maybe it is better than I remember. Because Thor Love and Thunder, and especially Quantumania, don't have that. So I feel like this movie unfairly is going to get killed.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm very clearly somewhat in the minority. And I will say, yeah, it doesn't have a ton of sauce. The movie,
yeah.
You know, the Hulk fight had some sauce, and the fight at the Celestial Island was a lot of fun. And I think the way they handled the leader a little bit had some sauce. It just didn't maintain necessarily. But yeah, I was just unbothered by some stuff, and then I was interested once it got started, and then it had some good action, and I think Harrison and Anthony did a great job. But yeah, it's not. You know, I'm not dying to watch it again. You know what I mean?
No, certainly not. I'm seeing it again tonight.
But yeah, I enjoyed it.
No, I'm happy you enjoyed it. End it off here.
Here is our review out of 10 for Thunderbolts.
Yes, here are our scores.
3, 2, 1, 8.
8.
Wow. I'm so surprised.
Why?
Because I thought you were gonna like maybe a 6.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
don't know me like that's going to be surprising.
I want to start with a major positive.
Okay.
The first hour and a half of Thunderbolts is the most fun I've had with an MCU movie since Guardians 3, No Way Home. I think Thunderbolts is getting really rave reviews right now, and I think the first hour and a half is the reason.
Interesting.
I thought it was just a blast.
I think it's a blast. It's for sure. You don't think they stuck the landing of the ending?
I want to say that we're the 2 points. I was ready to give this a 9.5 going into the final sequence.
Whoa.
And it didn't lose me because I'm still giving it an 8 out of 10, but I do want to say it's closer to like a 7.5 than an 8. Like I'm maybe closer. Yeah, I'm like in the middle between a 7 and an 8. But I'll just go 8 because I did really enjoy the first hour. It's just, yeah, I don't think it didn't stick the landing, but it didn't. It definitely didn't stick the landing enough compared to how good the rest of the movie was for me.
Interesting. I thought they did it. It wasn't a big old CGI battle. I thought you would have really enjoyed it. It was actually kind of nuanced and interesting.
You're correct. You're very correct about that, but that's almost where my problem lies, and we'll get into that in spoilers.
Interesting. Yeah, obviously this is all spoiler free.
Yeah.
So some of the... Well, do you have any?
I'm really excited to talk spoilers with you.
Okay, so most of your negatives are spoilery, and we'll do that on the Patreon or next week's episode.
Yeah. Like literally all of my negatives are super spoilery and have to do with the final act.
Yeah, I think they really stuck the ending. I liked it. I don't have a lot of specific negatives. I just don't think it reaches the highs of anything like No Way Home or Winter Soldier.
Yep.
So it's not a 9 out of 10. It's not a 10 out of 10. I don't think it's peak, but it's very, very good. I love the interactions and the comedy and the team building that they do. I do think it meanders a little bit every once in a while. I think they're trying to be funny, or the scenes go on just a little bit too long every once in a while. It's not something that I really dislike. Not a huge negative, but if I had to choose a negative, that would probably be it.
So let's just talk major positives.
Okay. Red Guardian. Yeah, Red Guardian is genuinely hilarious. I think 90% of the time that I laughed out loud during this movie, it was him. Maybe 100%. Like, he's
hysterical. David Harbour is excellent as Alexei. He's hilarious. Pretty much every line he says, for me, made me laugh or not cry, but smile. He is a really good emotional core to this movie.
Yeah.
And
without him, this movie would be a lot of
worse.
A lot
Way
harder to
worse.
watch.
Yes. Yeah. He is, not only is he hilarious, he's got this scene towards the end. No
Yep.
spoilers,
Yep.
but he's got a scene.
Yep.
And it's like my second favorite scene in the whole movie.
It might
And
be
it's
my
emotional.
favorite.
It's not funny or any of that. It's just a good
I teared
emotional
up.
moment.
Thunderbolts made me tear up.
From character to character.
Yep.
One of the strongest parts of the movie. It's actually, that scene is like the tipping point where I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be one of the best MCU movies ever. And then it kind of lost me after that.
Interesting.
But we'll get into that in spoilers, like I said. Major positives for Red Guardian. And I mean, he's in like the start of the movie, and then he's not in it for a little bit. When he shows up again, there's a sequence. It's a car chase sequence. It's my favorite scene in the movie by far. It's
great.
It's an amazing action sequence.
The action sequence is good.
And it's hilarious.
It's hilarious because of him. Well, and there's a couple other moments that are hilarious from other characters, but yeah, it's a good action sequence and it's funny. And like you just mentioned, I mentioned like it kind of meanders a little bit, and because he's in the start and then there's some stuff and it shows up. And I remember a scene or two before he shows up again, I'm like, this movie could really use some Red Guardian again. And then he shows up, and I'm like, oh, I was right.
You were right, yeah.
Yeah, he's really great. So he's the standout for me. Obviously, Yelena is great.
Yelena is the lead.
She's the main character.
She's the main character, and she's good. She's really good. She can carry the picture. She carries the picture.
She carries the picture.
Yeah.
They do some good emotional stuff with her and kind of tell her story.
Yep.
And I think that's really good.
Yep.
I think John Walker is also pretty funny.
Yes.
Not as funny as Red Guardian.
No, nowhere near. But the thing with John Walker is, I was really kind of worried going into this movie because I had seen the trailers and this and that, and everything seemed to be super funny, jokey or whatever. And I do think he's a serious character. And I think that character is at his best when he's serious. Going into this movie, that's how I felt. I was a little concerned about, would he be too jokey? He's not too jokey. First of all, he's hilarious. He's probably the third or fourth funniest person in this movie. And he's got some one-liners that just made me laugh out loud.
Yeah.
But I think the emotional stuff they do with him is also really strong.
Yeah.
And you kind of explore the psyche of this lunatic.
That scene where Yelena just kind of looks at him after a reveal.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like, really?
And it's like, oh, this guy is...
Because he's a douchebag, like, and he's annoying, and he like thinks he should be in charge because he's like still Captain America, you know. So it's a funny dynamic of watching him try to be like, look at me. That's comedic, but him also just being kind of a mess.
Yes.
So it's good. Yeah. So positives would be Red Guardian's comedy, Yelena carrying the movie, the team building, and the banter and how they all work together. Any other positives?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got a major positive that I've been dying to talk to you about. It's my number one note. We said a couple weeks ago, we had a conversation about Avengers Doomsday. And we were comparing it to Infinity War and Endgame. And we were like, who do we even care about?
Yes.
Are
you about to cook?
Literally every single one of them.
You're about to cook. And I want to say this. Go ahead.
I just... Every single character on this Wheaties box, I like, and I'm looking forward to seeing them again in Doomsday.
Correct.
And it's like, yes, it's you only took one movie to get there, and it's some of them have barely any lines. Okay,
let them cook.
So Ghost isn't very funny in this movie. She's in this movie because she's the strongest member of the Thunderbolts by far.
Okay.
Applications wise, like she needs to be in this movie because straight up they would lose every fight they're in without her.
Okay.
But she's in it. But even her, I care about. Like, I care about every single one of these characters way more than like 90% of the. I care about every single one of these characters more than I care about Moon Knight.
Yep.
Or like I'm comparing it. I think I care about all these characters more than Captain America, Sam Wilson, Falcon. Like,
they're on par with that for sure.
Definitely, I care about Yelena, Red Guardian, and John Walker and Sebastian Bucky more. Like,
yeah.
They did such a great job getting us excited. You'll hear it, and we'll talk about it in spoilers, and we will talk about it in non-spoilers. This movie does set up the future of the MCU in a pretty big way.
Yep.
With two major things. It's a reveal at the end of the movie, and then it's a reveal in the after-credit scene.
Yep.
And so they're setting up the future of the MCU in a big way because they had to. Doomsday is coming, right? And we know that all these people are in that movie. But God, they're all great.
So yeah, that's what that was one of my positives. Yelena's the main character and she carries, right?
Yep.
And I found myself being like, oh, this feels like it should feel.
Yep.
Because we've seen her enough.
Yes.
We've seen her in Black Widow. We've seen her in Hawkeye, and she's been great in all of them. And now she's leading a movie. It felt like it should.
Correct.
And then you have these supporting characters. We've seen Sebastian Stan, Bucky, obviously a ton.
Since Phase 1.
And we've seen Red Guardian once. Like, we've seen all these characters. It felt, I don't want to say, it did feel somewhat like, oh, we kind of know what we're doing and we're supposed to care. Because we've talked about on this podcast how one of the main problems we have with Avengers Doomsday being just next year, it's like we don't have a direction. We don't have characters that we care about. Like in Avengers, we had every character have a movie solo that they needed to have a solo movie, and then that led into Age of Ultron, that led into Infinity War, and it was all kind of connected, and you cared about the characters that were in there. In Infinity War, Vision was like the 17th main character or whatever the frick, and you care about Vision.
Yeah.
This felt like that again.
Correct.
And
none of these characters need to be the leads of Avengers Doomsday, and I don't think these characters will be the leads in Avengers Doomsday, but John Walker's going to say 2 lines in Avengers Doomsday, and I'm going to like both of them.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it needed to be. The MCU was so beautiful from Phase 1 to Phase 3 because I cared so much about War Machine. I cared so much about Falcon. I cared so much about Vision and Wanda, even though none of those characters had their own movie, even though none of those characters had their own show or whatever. Yes, obviously, I cared about Chris Evans' Captain America because he had 3 entire movies. And Iron Man, he had 3 entire movies. Like, but I needed to also care about the side characters, and now I do. Like, I care about all these guys.
yeah. So that leads to the question, because they also do a good job of setting things up and connecting this to other movies. And obviously that's major spoilery. But the general question, are we back? Thunderbolts, is Marvel back?
I'm not ready to say that.
I'm close. Because what does that mean? Everyone has different definitions of what that means.
Course.
What does that mean to you?
Well, you may say that Marvel is back because you adored Daredevil Born Again.
Correct.
So it's back-to-back Chair's announcement, Daredevil Born Again, and then you really liked Thunderbolts, is that's 3 in a row for you. That banger. Not that the Chair's announcement is a movie, but it's an event enough to be exciting.
Correct.
That I would totally understand if you were like, we're back. I need to see Fantastic Four.
That's totally fair. If Fantastic Four bangs and connects the way it should, I think, yeah, we're back. Depending on whatever we're back means. To me, part of we're back means the quality of the projects being a certain level. Obviously, that's one thing. But another thing is, like we were just talking about, another way that I will feel back with Marvel is if I care about enough of the characters to see them connected in other movies, and if you're connecting them well. I think Thunderbolts does a great job with both of these, and that's why I would potentially say we're back, because obviously I love the Chairs, obviously I love Born Again, and obviously I really like Thunderbolts, so the quality is there, and I have not seen an end credit scene this important or a universe building, connecting storyline at the end of this movie better since I don't freaking know.
Spoiler alert. All right, what do you want to get into first, Andrew?
Geez, you just want to go for the ending?
I was planning on sleeping with your mother first.
Oh, wow. You said that. That's crazy. Do you want to go do that right now and come back?
It wouldn't be very quick.
You're going to take your time.
Sleeping with your mother.
Absolutely not. Oh, no. Okay, I had another negative that I written down, but it is a spoiler, so I'm glad I saved it.
Great.
Oh, but there was something else I wanted to talk about that wasn't spoilery. I might put it in.
What is that? Talk about it now.
No.
Talk about it now.
No, we'll talk about it now. Okay.
Yeah. We're still non-spoilery.
Let's do any negatives. Do your negatives.
Spoilery?
Yeah, spoiler. Yeah, go.
So we are spoiling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this one could be considered my
You want me to go through all of them or just one by one?
Yeah, do one.
All right. How do they beat the villain? How do they beat Sentry or the Void?
They heal his trauma.
How?
They hug him.
Think about that on paper.
Yes. It's the ending of Captain America Brave New World, but done infinitely better.
Sure. But we are now, what is this, the 4th MCU project in a row that we are defeating the big bad villain that we cannot possibly defeat power level wise with talking them down or being nice to them or something.
Well, that's what Fantastic Four does with Galactus in the comics, too.
Exactly.
So
can we please punch somebody? Goodness gracious.
Oh, so you wanted a big CGI battle. How interesting.
Not necessarily, but yeah, almost. Like, honestly. Like, goodness gracious. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm not worried about people hating this movie, because it's good. For the first hour and a half, I think it's wonderful. But
you don't think...
I'm, like, legitimately concerned that people are going to meme that ending to death and be like, they literally hugged Sentry. That's how they beat this otherworldly god character in the MCU.
Yes, but the way they do it is so good. I think the sequence of different rooms that they go through is very strong. I think the fact that you see his room is very strong, and like this one isn't the worst, but you're getting all these different characters because they're all messed up. They've all done bad things, and you're getting all the bad things that have been done to them with these rooms. And they set it up really well with the conversation Yelena and Bob have at the beginning of the movie. So it all kind of ties together. It doesn't come out of nowhere like the Hulk one, where like obviously that's how you calm down the Hulk. But like that one wasn't set up as well as this one. And it's like visually set up well because like he's literally talking about the darkness with Yelena early in the movie. And then that's literally personified with his powers taking over New York as this black entity and turning people into these things and sending them into their own mind. And the fact that all of them work together to deal with their trauma, and there's like an action sequence. It's not just talking, it's not just the hug. They do have to do like some sort of like he's kind of fighting him, and then they're having to jump through the stuff, and she's doing like a flip over these things. I think I understand what you're saying. I just think it could have been done so much sillier.
It's nowhere
like,
near my biggest negative.
Echo.
Healing the trauma.
Echo does it way worse.
Okay, I understand that, but
I get it can be
this
annoying.
This is nowhere near my biggest complaint with the movie, but it is the one that I think will be the biggest takeaway. I can't stress enough, I think Thunderbolts will be good. I think Thunderbolts people are going to like it. But if there was ever a movie in the MCU that could have a flash effect where everybody hyped it up going into it and then the general public saw it and they were like, what were you talking about? It's this, because of how stupid the general public could take that. Lately I've been on this kick of like how the general public will react to things and how like the general public will feel about things, because I've gotten to see so many things early recently. And obviously I was wrong about the Kingpin thing. I thought that after seeing the Kingpin in therapy thing, I thought that people would be way more upset about that than they were, which is fine. And Andor, I think I'm right that people are seeing Andor and they're going to see the Dedra stuff and they're going to tweet about how bad this is and how it is in Star Wars and whatever. This is one where I'm very interested to see, and I hope they don't have a negative reaction to it, but that's something I majorly could see.
Okay.
All right, what's a negative that you have? Or do you want me to keep going? I can keep going.
How many do you have?
I have a lot.
Okay, keep going.
Sentry.
Yes.
Okay. The blonde hair looks weird.
No.
But it's not big enough of a deal to be a negative, because they kind of play that off. Like they're like, this is a stupid look that he doesn't even like. He's menacing when he's the Void. When they kill him, he's menacing in the Void for what, 10 minutes?
You mean after he dies and comes back?
Yes, and then he's really scary, and he turns that child into a shadow, and then...
That was crazy!
And he's turning all these people into shadow, and then, the shadow doesn't kill people.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a...
As soon as they did Yelena, I was like, none of those people are dead.
Yeah, it took the gravity of the situation, because you immediately know they're all going to come back. Mm-hmm. So it kind of pulls the rug out from you a little bit. That wasn't enough of a negative to bother me a lot.
It was a big negative for me, because I was like, how are they going to beat Sentry? And yeah, I assumed it would be some kind of curing of the mental health. But yeah, when I found out that those people weren't dead, I was like, I was really disappointed, actually.
Yeah, because the child disappearing scene was so
awesome,
breathtaking. Yeah, it was. We literally were like, oh my gosh. And I was like, ballsy for them to do that. It was great. That was a positive. And it does kind of take it away a little bit if, you know they're going to come back 30 seconds later. So I get that.
Like, as soon as Yelena...
But the fact that he is so, like... Oh, that's one of my positives.
He's so strong.
We'll get to it.
All right. You want me to keep going?
Yeah. Do one more and then I'll go.
Okay. No.
Okay.
Every other problem I have is end credit stuff.
Let's go to that. Okay, I'll do one.
Yeah. I want to keep talking about the regular movie, then I have one thing, and then we'll go to end credits.
Okay, so I have a positive for Sentry. One of my negatives for Sentry.
Please.
Well, the first there's two. First one is a question. I don't know. I've never read anything about him. I don't know how comic accurate this is, literally at all. I don't know if that's going to piss some people off. I don't know if he's just a normal human that got experimented on and then becomes this all-powerful person, or if he's from outer space. I don't know how he got his powers. I'm sure they changed some stuff, and I'm sure that might piss a lot of people off. I don't know if it's as bad as what they did to Taskmaster and stuff like that, but that's just a question mark.
Guess what? Neither do I.
So let us know in the comments.
I've never read anything Sentry ever.
I'm very interested to learn from you guys.
Mm-hmm.
But if this is the direction they are going, that he's from whatever, he was traveling in South Asia, what's her face, Valentina had a program that was experimenting on people. He's the only one that survived. Blah blah blah. He is now one of the most, when his powers are working, one of the most powerful people that we've seen in the MCU. I think the only person that could potentially rival him is Wanda in Multiverse of Madness. I think he could probably beat Hulk. I think he can go against Thor. Like, they show his powers and they show them really well, and they're pretty intense, right? You know, he's stronger, just as stronger than the person at the end of Secret Invasion, you know? I do not think they explained well enough how he got that powerful. If you're going to introduce the most powerful person in the MCU and the explanation is Valentina just experimented on him, you don't explain why he's the only one that survived. You don't explain what serum she was using. She doesn't even know. She was like, or she says something to that effect. They don't explain why the kill switch doesn't work. Like, this guy is insane. And to just chalk him up to this random person we've never met that was just like experimented on, I think that is an extremely weak explanation for the most powerful person we've seen in the MCU in 6 years or whatever.
I completely agree with everything you're saying, but none of it was something I thought of. The only thing I thought of was if human beings, i.e. the CIA or whatever Fontaine is in charge of, is able to just create a serum that makes somebody this strong,
we're cooked. like
correct. Like, there has to be something special.
There needed to be some sort of other explanation. Like, he's related to a Celestial or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
but like,
you're cooking.
He's Adam Warlock, Thor, Wanda level strong. And the explanation was this human put some drugs in him. What? Like, in Secret Invasion, you don't have to like the explanation, but the explanation is at least way better. You have aliens who have like a whole... They've been doing this for years. They have this, there's a whole compound for it. Like, you see it actually happen. This happens off screen. You don't meet him until after it's already happened. Pretty weak and kind of annoying.
You're cooking. I'm loving this. It's a great take.
So we'll see. Maybe, but the movie's already over. It's like, maybe they'll explain it later, but like, when? We're gonna have a Bob
and
sequel? Yeah. Like, you would expect that to be like a character that's like Adam Warlock, that comes from another planet and is like a god, and like, you don't have to explain Thor. The explanation for Thor is he's a god from Asgard.
Yeah.
That's an explanation. Like Hulk, gamma radiation, like there are
concrete examples for every single one of these people.
Yeah, Wanda, she's magical. Like,
and she was magic before she got tapped by the
and
Infinity
then
Stone.
Like, even that is a better explanation. We see that happen. We see that in end credit scene. We see the Mind Stone like affecting them. Like, we know somewhat of the explanation for that. And then you see her powers grow with the Darkhold and into Multiverse of Madness. Like, if they just brought Wanda out of nowhere and they were like, they didn't do that end credit scene and she was off camera and she's more powerful, like, she's immediately more powerful than she is in Multiverse of Madness. Like, yeah, that'd be a little annoying.
Stephen Young was originally cast to play the Sentry in this film.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he would have been better?
I think Bob was pretty good.
Yep.
I do love Stephen, though.
Yep.
I think it would have been a little bit different.
The amount of times he says, I'm invincible in that movie made me think that they wrote it for Stephen Yeun.
That you would have to cut to a title card every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I think it would have been different. But I think this guy does a great job.
Shout out Top Gun Maverick.
Is he in Top Gun Maverick?
He's Bob in Top Gun Maverick.
He plays another Bob?
Yeah, you remember everybody's got a cool call sign, Hangman,
Oh, yeah.
Phoenix, and he's like, I'm Bob. And they're like, what's your call sign? Just Bob. And his helmet says Bob. It's hilarious.
That's great.
Same
Great
guy.
movie.
Okay. I don't know if this is a problem, but it's a spoilery thing, so we had to save this for this. And it's a question mark. You ready? When the fuck does this movie take place? And what the fuck is the MCU timeline?
Do you not think it's just happening?
It's after Captain America Brave New World because they reference the Hulk, the Red Hulk. They reference Harrison Ford's freak out Red Hulk, okay?
Yeah.
But it's only a year since Black Widow died? Because they say that.
Do they?
Yes.
I don't remember that. So I don't know.
Or maybe not? I don't know. But the timeline makes no sense to me. Because then 14 months after the events of this movie is when the after credit scene is.
Mm-hmm.
So where are we in the timeline?
I think it's just sequential. Like it's after Brave New World. And then we see a flash forward.
When is Daredevil happening?
I don't think it really matters.
I guess. Okay, so
Like obviously you don't address the Black Void escaping, but I don't think you don't need to. They both happen in New York, sure, but like you can't show everything and everything all the time.
there was something that happened in this movie that
Made you confused.
that really, and now I'm like forgetting it, but it like really confused me on the timeline.
Well, we'll see it again on Monday, and I'll pay more attention to it, and we can.
Please, like I'm really stuck on the timeline thing here because that matters. It matters a lot.
Yeah, but I don't think anything in this movie happened. Again, maybe I missed a line or something. Nothing in this movie made it happen that made me think like, oh, this has to happen at a specific time, other than the Red Hulk thing, which I did grab. So I'm like, okay, so yeah, it's just after Brave New World, and we're continuing, and then Fantastic Four is going to happen, and obviously that's connected.
Okay. All right. Well, that's just my question. When the hell does this movie take place, and are we still keeping consistent with timelines in the MCU? Real quick, little joke. Why is John's shield still a taco 14 months later? Can we not get this guy a new shield?
That really bothered me.
I love
it.
you.
It really bothered me.
I love you.
I don't know if it's my OCD or what, but it's like, why is he using that? Like
It can't be practical.
It's so he doesn't even make a joke about it.
They're like he's like, oh, my shield, and they're like, that's not a shield, that's a taco. 14 months later, you're still using that?
Yeah, it's so much cooler to have like an actual.
We really can't just get him a regular shield? There's no way that thing can fly back to him.
No, it's got to obey the laws of physics.
That really bothered me. I'm so glad that bothered you. It didn't bother me in the moment when he bends it and then he keeps using it throughout the movie. That's fine because he doesn't know what else to do. But it did bother me that he was still using it 14 months later.
Yeah. Weird. That is weird.
So the new Avengers.
End credits scene, or last scene. So yeah, in Thunderbolts, the last scene, they walk out. Valentina pivots really. She's a great character. I think
Julia Louis-Dreyfus is so good.
I think they do it. Yeah, she pivots multiple times in the movie. Mm-hmm. She's innocent. Now she's not innocent, but she at least has the world's greatest superhero bring the press, and now spin the story of I brought these people together on purpose. Very interesting character, and another person that you kind of introduced and have done a good job with in Captain America, Winter Soldier, or whatever.
And Wakanda Forever, she's in
Winter Soldier and Falcon. I wanted them to be immediately go to the microphone and be like, no, she's evil, throw her in jail. I wanted them to do that, but I'm glad she did walk over and be like, we own you now. Yeah. So we are not controlled by her, because I was afraid she was pivoting like this and then they were going to make it be like, oh, well, we're the new Avengers, but we're being controlled by this evil person. No. We'll accept this because this is what Yelena has wanted for the entire movie. She kind of got what she wanted of like, hey, I want to step into the light and try and be a source of light for people and be good and save people. So she kind of got that, but then they gave us the line of like, we own you, and that made me feel a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So yeah, that led into the new Avengers, which we've been waiting on for a while to see if they were going to do that. and who was going to be in that team. We always assumed it was going to be Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Haley Steinfeld's Kate Bishop, Miss Marvel, She-Hulk maybe, like stuff like that. So that's obviously a team. And then they kind of took a big swing. I did not expect this at all, to turn the Thunderbolts into the new Avengers.
Yep.
And then obviously it's a big point of contention of Sam is taking probably all those other people I just mentioned and making their own version. Which team do you like better? Do you like that they made this decision?
I like the Thunderbolts better. I do.
As a team, yes. As the Avengers, I don't know.
Certainly not. They're so weak.
None of them can fly. They were joking about that.
So weak.
So I like them as a team, but like as the MCU's Avengers, no.
I'm with you.
Yeah. They should combine with the other Avengers.
Well, they have Bob. Bob is crazy.
Yeah,
Bob's God.
but Bob's just reading a book in the corner.
I did the dishes. Yeah, that was a funny joke.
That was really funny. Also, another Red Guardian joke that was funny. Imagine the Red Guardian riding the Century into the sky.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
But I loved the Avengers with the Z.
Yeah.
And that makes me so excited for Doomsday because that's going to be such a good joke. Is that Sam Wilson's like, we're the Avengers, and they're like, no, we're the Avengers with a Z. Like, it's just going to be so funny. That's such a good bit to introduce going into Doomsday and Secret Wars. Like, I'm so happy that we have something like that. Every MCU movie needs a funny running bit. Whether it's who can lift the hammer, is the elevator worthy, on your left.
Which they mentioned in this movie, which was kind of interesting.
Yes, or, there's a million of these. But, like, you need something like that. And I think they did it very well. So I'm...
Any more spoiler negatives before we get to spoiler positives?
Yeah, we have to talk about the end credits.
You have a negative about that?
I do.
Okay.
You ready?
I'm sitting down.
Okay, so before I say this, I knew that the Fantastic Four were going to be in the end credit scene before it happened.
You got that spoiled?
Yeah.
Bye.
Not how you would think it would get spoiled for me. Didn't get spoiled from Twitter. Didn't get spoiled from Instagram or anything before the movie. Didn't get spoiled from a friend.
What are you, clairvoyant?
Didn't get a text. They show it at the end. It's the end credits, after the credits. And as the credits are scrolling, this song, the Avengers theme written by Alan Silvestri.
The GOAT.
Fantastic Four theme written by Michael Giacchino.
Wow,
and when I
notice.
saw that, I thought, oh, that's interesting to put it from the trailer. And I was like, no. And then as soon as I was like, I know it's going to be the Fantastic Four.
Wow.
Yes.
You little detective you.
I knew you would find that interesting. Okay, this is big negative. Arguably my biggest negative of the film. You have now, for the second time in a row,
the end credit scene of Thunderbolts. Spoiled.
You have spoiled an MCU movie. You spoiled Doomsday. With Doomsday, the Doomsday Chairs event, you spoiled that all these Thunderbolts were going to live except for Taskmaster, which we'll get to her. And, of course, now we know that the Fantastic Four's universe is going to die and they're going to come to ours.
Yeah, because they specifically said interdimensional aircraft.
Correct. So we know that we knew that they were in a different dimension, but why would they be coming to our dimension? Because they lost their dimension.
Yeah.
We know that.
This is going to be a brutal movie.
Yeah.
It's going to be sad. Yeah, sure, I'll give you that.
So, like, again, you've done it, and that pisses me off. Like,
but it still intrigues me so much.
But
it makes me so happy that this is connected and stuff. And they feel like it feels like they kind of have a plan.
Yes. But what is the point? You've spoiled the last two movies with your last two things, right? With the Doomsday event.
Somewhat.
And I just we were pretty sure that they were going to come to our universe and that their universe was going to die. But after the Thunderbolts,
maybe they're coming to our universe to get some sort of material that they need and then go back and save their universe.
Maybe, but unlikely.
Unlikely.
And it's now you were establishing the movie that comes out in 2 months as a prequel officially.
Yeah, but we know that. It's in the freaking 80s or 60s or whatever. It can't possibly have been not a prequel.
I can't remember any MCU end credit scenes that spoiled movies.
I'd have to think through it.
Like, it always set up for the future.
Not that I remember. Not like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still overall am positive on the end credit scene because it was hilarious and set up something that I'm really excited for.
Of course.
Yeah. There is a direction. I went to a Marvel movie for the first time in a while. I went to a Marvel movie. I enjoyed it. I cared about the characters. And at the end, I was looking forward to the next one.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
And I'm so happy about that.
Absolutely.
Positives?
I mean, there's a million.
So we talked about all the non-spoiler ones. Specifically spoiler ones that are positive, I really liked the design of Sentry. I liked both of them. I liked the one where he was like supposed to be like the Superman level, like comic-y whatever, because that's what he was supposed to be. Valentina was dressing him up for that, and I think the suit looked good and the hair looked good, and that's what it was supposed to do. But then once he becomes fully evil and falls into the void, and it's just he's literally a
shadow,
a floating shadow with those eyes. I thought it was creepy. I thought it was great. I thought they did a great job with that design. And every time he was on screen, I was like, yeah, show him more. That's really freaking cool. Mm-hmm. And then the shot of him in the mind in the last room where it's him sitting on the place where he got experimented on with two shadows on the wall, kind of like, you know, framing him, was a really nice shot. So yeah, I really like the design of Sentry. And this is a positive of Thunderbolts that I know you have, the Red Guardian Yelena conversation at the end.
Absolutely.
I think we agree that the two best scenes are the fight scene in the desert with the cars, and then this conversation.
You're with that? That's the best scene.
100%.
It's so funny. I mean, when he's like, it's bulletproof, it's immediately not bulletproof, and John Walker's having to use the shield. When they're trying to like get out and trying to do, so Ghost is trying to get out, but then they do the noise, and Yelena's going to get out and she's going to shoot it, and then of course Bucky saves the day because he's tracking them because he needs them for the evidence. So good. It's all so good. It's
Yelena literally tells him, you need to go to sleep. And he's like, I'll sleep when I'm dead. All great.
I don't want that person driving. Hilarious.
And Bucky shoots the bomb. He's like, oh yeah, we're free, whatever. And then,
yeah. Hilarious.
Also, has Bucky ever not aura farmed on a motorcycle?
No.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so much aura on a motorcycle.
It's crazy. Yep. Civil War is insane, obviously.
Yeah.
The twist around. He's looking all hot and sexy. He goes all Terminator with the shotgun.
Yep.
Terminator 2, getting the shotgun out of the thing. He's obvious. And then, oh my gosh, I verbally said something out loud when he gets off the thing.
Absolutely.
And he does this thing where he wraps around his arm and then just goes, boom.
Awesome.
I was like,
Awesome. So cool.
So cool.
So cool.
So that was all great.
That is the best scene in the movie. It's not even really close. Yeah. It's so good.
But it does go to your point. It's obviously great. But it's like, these are the Avengers and we can't take down three cars without help. like that's a problem. Like, one Avenger should be able to do that, basically. You know what I mean?
Iron Man solos.
Iron Man.
Thor solos.
Cap solos. Thor solos.
Hawkeye might be able to do it.
Hawkeye would probably solo.
Black Widow can't.
Black Widow can't.
Here's something I wanted to talk to you about, which is a major positive for this movie, okay? Are you familiar with the villain, once you unlock the villain as a playable character theory? You have no idea what I'm talking about?
Yes. In the games, when you're fighting in a boss fight, they're extremely powerful, and then you unlock them and can play them, and they're not as powerful anymore.
And they suck.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a very popular thing to compare to a lot of things, okay? There's some really good examples of that in the Lego Star Wars games. Bucky has become that since Captain America: The Winter Soldier. He was OP as all hell in that film. And since he has become a good guy, he has gotten less and less and less strong. Okay? Yeah, he's got cool moments in Civil War, but he's kind of getting bitched in that movie. And then, especially once we got to Falcon Winter Soldier, he's getting taken on by a couple of flag smashers and getting his butt handed to him. Really didn't like to see that. This movie, for the most part, brings Bucky back to Winter Soldier dominant status, which I was really grateful for.
Flipping the car.
Taking
down the convoy.
Taking down the cars. He single-handedly takes down those 3 cars.
Yep.
And that's something that Avengers should be able to do. We just said that Black Widow probably couldn't do that. So let's put him at like low-tier Avenger status, which is what he is in Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Winter Soldier's so good.
So great that he is doing that again. When he doesn't really lose a fight. I was very happy to see that.
So 2 more scenes I quickly want to talk about. Obviously, the Yelena Red Guardian scene. I think they do a good job setting that up. Right at the beginning of the movie, you're getting Yelena's trauma and what she wants and how she's lost. They set that up, and they immediately go into her meeting up with Red Guardian and kind of trying to get his advice, and you see that they haven't seen each other in a year. And then you see him throughout the movie be this positive force, but it's still not quite working because all the trauma that she has or whatever. And then they have that scene on the street where she is upset and she is crying and she doesn't know what to do and she's done with this team and she just went off on everybody, and Red Guardian's still trying to be positive and her dad, but she's mad at him because like, I haven't seen you in a year, like you could have called me. And like he gives her some advice. He's like, I see you. I don't see you as all your mistakes. I see you. And he tells her a story from her childhood that she doesn't even remember about how, what was it? She did something nice, or she wanted to be the goalie because she wanted to be the person that everyone could rely on.
So good.
I teared up. It's
so good.
It was a perfect segue into the rest of the movie. I know it goes downhill for you after that. But yeah, that was a really strong scene, and it was just dialogue, and it really worked for me, and I'm glad they had it in there. And it was with my 2 favorite characters in the movie.
Yep, me too.
I do like the fact that they all decided to walk into the void to help her. I was ready for that. I wish I could have seen it. I know this is very particular, but the fact that they kind of just show up in the attic, I think it was way less climactic. I think it would have been way better because they have the conversation and they're starting to like figure it out. Like Yelena wouldn't have done that if she didn't have a plan or whatever. I would have loved to see them walk out of the alley and like make the decision to like, I'm going to go in there and also face my demons and go into the void because we're a family and we're going to try and stop this. That would have been better.
Can you imagine? This is, again, another problem. I'm so glad you brought this up that I have with the final act. It's such a compelling premise. Can you imagine seeing an old Winter Soldier scene where he just kills some innocent children or something? Can you imagine seeing the John Walker decapitation from another perspective and watching John Walker like see him make the biggest mistake of his life again that ended his marriage and relationship with his kid and everything like that? Can you imagine like seeing something actually traumatic for Red Guardian, like him giving up the kids in Black Widow? Like, this is such a traumatic group that's dealt with so much trauma. Please, that's the message of this movie, is mental health and dealing with your anguish. We got more scenes, we got more traumatic background scenes for fucking Julia Louis-Dreyfus Valentina than we did for any of the actual Thunderbolts except for Yelena and Bob and
John Walker.
Yeah,
you're cooking. It would have been cool to see like a quick scene for each of,
just one scene for each of them,
and then them all.
But then you don't need to have them. And then you could have them be like all in rooms next to each other where they could talk to each other, kind of like how she was able to talk to Bob, and them all work as a team to get out together.
And it also would have been interesting because part of a family and part of the reason they're kind of understanding each other is because Yelena saw Bob's trauma and everything.
Yeah, they see each other's trauma.
Everyone sees each other's trauma and see how they're all similar in their backgrounds, and then they all kind of work together. That would have been a little stronger.
I'm telling you, all of my problems with this movie are the final act. I just think that you could have done it so much better.
Do you have anything else? I have one other thing.
Yeah, please go.
I want to talk to you about the scene in Thunderbolts where they all fight Sentry. What did you think about that scene?
In Avengers Tower.
In the Avengers Tower. Did you like it? Did you dislike it? Any thoughts?
They had no chance, and I appreciated that.
Right. And the choreography was really good. It looked good to me, and obviously, it's the whole point of the scene is just to show how strong he is.
Yes.
And there's like a one shot where he is just owning them for like 60 seconds straight.
Yes.
And you see all of them fight, and you see all of his powers. He sends Red Guardian out the window and back in. He flies. He has super speed. It was like he was all the Eternals in one, and Eternals looks good, and the fights look good, and the speed looks good. Ghost is teleporting and he's seeing where she's going and catching her. He's making it a taco. I thought it looked great, and like I was on the edge of my seat the whole time, and I was worried because I was like, this guy is so powerful, and they showed it really well.
It was a little Henry Cavill Superman-esque. Mm-hmm. Something that I'm very critical of those films, especially Man of Steel. But something that I do appreciate about Zack Snyder and his vision with that Superman character, even though I don't appreciate anything else, is everything about that character is like, it has a tangible weight to it. The lasers with the eyes, and they don't do this in the Snyder Cut with the Omega beams with Darkseid, which I thought was weird. They're like heavy. Like you feel the weight of them. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And his punches and his moves, it's like,
yeah, it has a weight.
It's got a weight to it. Every Sentry move had a weight to it. When he would move up and then grab somebody, like you felt it in the theater. Yeah. It was partly the sound design was really good for it. So I agree with everything you're saying. And yeah, that was a good fight scene. But to me, that's like the third or fourth best fight scene in the movie because there's so many other good fight scenes in the movie.
Ooh, that's my second favorite.
No, okay, so the best is the drive.
Sure. And then I think the rest were just...
I love when they crash the van into Avengers Tower and they take out all the guards.
It's good.
The choreography is so good and all their character interactions. I love that Alexi's like, what's the plan? And he's like, plan. And then they just drive in. It's a good... And then immediately, I like this plan. And then Yelena, I like it that all the others come out of the back. But then Yelena goes through the front and then out like as a sneak attack. Super fun. And then they're frustrated that they could have just come up. So they just headbutt anybody anyway. The Bucky fight choreography, he's taking on 3 guys at once. That was my second favorite fight in the movie.
It's probably my third.
Third favorite fight in the movie is I love the Yelena opening, especially if you consider her jumping off of the building, which they did practically. Shout out Tom Cruise. She actually jumped off that building. And so that sequence, what a way to start the movie, by the way. Yeah. And I mean, I love how casually she does it. She just walks.
Yeah. I don't know what she does with her body. But
aura.
Like, it's aura. She does a great job of it.
You know what? It's very dancer-esque, which makes sense because the Red Room, they teach them how to do ballet. It's so cooking. Good.
Oh my gosh.
So good. So, and in that fight, and then
the hallway scene where it's shot above and it kind of just follows.
Yes,
it was really good.
Again, I like all those fight scenes better than the Sentry fight scene. But
I don't agree, but they're all good.
But if you're talking about a moment in a fight scene, I love him shooting him out and then pulling him back in. That was so tough.
Yeah, I like the Sentry fight because it has a one shot that is really engaging for me. And during the one shot, you see all his different powers. It's not him just punching people. You've got the speed. You've got him using his telepathy or whatever. You even see him doing the hand thing with Bucky a little bit earlier. He does heat vision, I think, for a second. He makes something like explode or like melt in somebody, like a gun.
Oh, it wasn't heat vision.
It was something.
I know what you're talking about.
So yeah, that was really good.
Oh,
but
awesome.
I don't know. I don't think any of the other fight scenes blew me away enough to like be unique enough. I think that one was just a little bit more unique, if that makes sense.
Here are our scores for the Fantastic Four First Steps. Out of 10, 3, 2, 1.
Going
7 out of 10. Yeah.
You're a little lower?
Yeah.
All right.
8.5 is higher than I thought you would be.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Huh.
There's not a single person that was low on that movie last night.
Okay.
Although I gave Jurassic World Rebirth an 8.5, and 8, and I'm bumping that down a little bit. I think it's more closer to a 7 to 7.5 because I do think this is better.
Okay.
No, this movie has sauce. I think this movie has sauce.
Absolutely. You want to just start going into easy positives that we'll both agree on?
Sure. It's
this is the best looking MCU movie ever. It looks incredible.
It looks incredible.
Yeah,
I mean, stuff on Earth, the visuals, the theming, the visual style, stuff in space, the CGI, all of it's great. It's enjoyable throughout. For me, the characters really feel like a family. What else? Galactus is intimidating and daunting as he should be. I liked the use of their powers. I was afraid that they weren't going to let them use their powers very much, but I think they let them use it an appropriate amount. My expectations were met, and I think you asked me last episode, what do you need from this movie?
Yes.
And I listed a few different things.
And they hit everything, I think.
We might need to go through that in
spoilers, I think,
but
yes.
Yeah, so my expectations... No, we'll come back to that. I think the first half is better than the second half.
Completely agree.
Yeah. Because the first half is incredible.
The first hour, I was sitting there. Really, the first 30 minutes, I was sitting there, just like I said in Superman, and I was literally thinking to myself, this is perfect. This is a 10 out of 10. Yeah. After the first hour, I'm literally thinking to myself, 2025 is the greatest summer for superhero movies of all time.
Yeah.
That's what I thought in my head after the first hour. I completely agree with you on the first hour.
Again, not to get into spoilers, the second half I just kind of wasn't sure the direction we were going sometimes, which is why I think I will enjoy it more on second watch.
Yep.
Because it's, when you first go into a movie and like all these things are happening, you're not sure where it's going. If you have an overarching sense of like, okay, now I get it, I can watch it again with that framework. I think I will enjoy it more on second watch, and I already enjoyed it. And I'm definitely not saying the last act was bad. I just think the first half was better.
I also, no surprise, think I will like Fantastic Four better on rewatch.
Yeah, that's par for the course for Haggai.
The score for Fantastic Four by Michael Giacchino is unbelievable. I mean, the entire drive home, bum 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 bum. I mean, it's just, and the Galactus theme is daunting, and the space theme is amazing and grand. It is one of the better scores I've heard in the MCU for sure.
Yeah. And a couple more positives. I'll go into my list of expectations, but I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll just say this, and we can go into it more in spoilers, but it is, the entire space sequence.
Yep.
That's all I'll say. Is one of my favorite parts of a superhero movie since I can remember.
In Fantastic Four, the space sequence.
Yes, yeah. Don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah.
But it's not even just a scene, it's like it's a whole part of the movie. There's a lot of things that happen out there. And from the start to that, to the end of that, to everything in between, a lot happens.
Yeah.
And I was just, I think I looked at you one time, and I was just like,
yeah.
My jaw was kind of open because the cinematography of it's great. The creativity of what is happening is great. It's one of my, as soon as that ended, I was like, oh, that whole thing was one of my favorite parts of any superhero movie in a while.
It's a tremendous sequence.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you completely. And here for, you know what? I won't say that because it'll give something away in that. So I'm going to change the subject, but I agree with you completely on that. We'll get into that in spoilers. I'm going to change the subject. But it's kind of on the same subject. The CGI in Fantastic Four is incredible all the way through. I think there's only two bad moments. There are two bad green screen moments where two characters are having a conversation and the environment behind them, not real. There's only two of those, though, and otherwise everything else looks literally amazing. Silver Surfer looks unbelievable constantly. Galactus is an achievement. It looks incredible.
It's so good. All of their powers.
Johnny Storm's fire.
Especially when he's not fully on fire.
Absolutely.
When he's just standing there with his like clothes on in the lab or whatever, and he's just doing his hand or just his body, and he's just standing right there. He's like this far from Pedro. And it looks great.
It looks great. Yeah. Absolutely. That's one of your best takes.
Thank you.
But when he is completely engulfed in fire, it's straight out of the comics. It's perfect. The orange eyes.
Yeah.
The head.
The way his head looks.
And the way the suit, I love these suits. And we'll get into these suits. You're obviously not a suit guy. But I love the Fantastic Four suits so much. But specifically Johnny's, I think, is easily the best because the ripples in the suit, they give him his classic comic look. It's amazing. It looks so good. Where it's these lines. The suit creates these lines that you see in this shirt. Like, oh, that shit is amazing. Perfect segue here. The biggest positive in the movie we both agree on. It's the cast.
Yeah, they do.
It's got to be the cast. The cast is fantastic in Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the cast?
There wasn't a moment where I was disappointed with any of them.
Yeah.
I do want to get some more of the Thing being smarmy, but I think they put that in there enough to make me happy. His beard is really funny.
Yep.
But yeah, there wasn't a moment where I was like, right at the start, I was just worried because there's a scene with just two of them, and it's a good scene. And I was just like, I'm hoping it's not like this the whole time. I want them to show this part of this person's character and stuff like that. Can't get into spoilers, but and they did.
They did in that scene.
Yeah.
You're like kind of on your edge, and then it happes, and you're like, okay, we're cool.
Yeah.
You had that moment, like you literally audibly said something. You were like, okay, good.
They knew what they were doing in that scene. So yeah,
it's like the movie just started. We're 2 minutes into this movie, and Andrew's just kind of like this.
And then
he just goes, Okay, good.
Yeah.
That happened in the theater, absolutely. So I think all four of them. I do have some negatives, but overall they are the biggest positive for me. And this goes for the entire cast of Fantastic Four, not just the four.
Yeah.
Julia Garner as the Silver Surfer is great, and I think Ralph Ineson really shines as Galactus just because you hired him because of his voice. And his voice is so powerful. They have shown a lot from this movie in the trailers. Just from the 2 trailers that we watched and reacted to, we didn't do anything else. Now, I did hear the Silver Surfer lines that we'd alluded to in past episodes and this and that from other people talking about the trailers and this and that. But even from the 2 trailers we saw, they showed a lot, but they never showed, you never heard Galactus's voice. They were very particular about that clearly, and oh boy,
it's good.
I think it delivers. Yeah.
One of my favorite things about the Fantastic Four casting isn't even necessarily their individual performances, which are obviously great.
This is a great take.
But just my main positive of the casting is how well those 4 work together.
Absolutely.
There wasn't a moment where you were like questioning whether these people knew each other their entire lives.
Yep.
Like those characters were grounded and clearly a family, which was great.
And every character gets a moment with every other character.
Yes.
It's not like...
True.
It's not like... this is one of the biggest positives in Fantastic Four. It's not like... Okay, I loved Ben Grimm and Reed Richards' relationship, but I wish Ben Grimm got a moment with Sue more or something. They all have
4.
moments.
Yeah.
Johnny has moments with Reed, and Reed has moments with Sue, and Sue has moments with Johnny, and Ben has moments with Reed, and Ben has moments with Johnny, and Ben has moments with Sue. It's all connected. And then they have great moments together with the 4 of them.
Yeah.
It's great. It's really good.
The handling of the 4 of them together is probably the best thing in the movie.
Which, like, I'm shocked at how great they put together this cast, but I shouldn't, because Sarah Finn has shown herself to be literally a genius and one of the greatest aspects of the MCU consistently. In my opinion, behind Kevin Feige, she's the second most important person to the MCU, and she showed it again with this movie, because all we did since this casting announcement happened, all I have done personally is complain about it. And I'm the first to admit when I'm wrong, and I'm largely wrong about this. They were phenomenal.
So here's a list. You asked me before I saw Fantastic Four what were my expectations or needs.
Yeah.
Here they were.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be an 8 out of 10 or above.
Yep.
It's an 8.5 for me. Check. I wanted them to have a team feel that, create a good team that can launch into other things and make me want to come back.
You also specifically said that you wanted them to feel like a family, like Thunderbolts.
Correct. Yes.
I think it
Yes.
more.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and Thunderbolts is great, and their team feels great, but so is this.
Fantastic Four, yeah.
So create a team that can launch into new things, into future things, which obviously they can do, and makes me want them to come back in Doomsday.
Absolutely.
I want to see more of them.
Absolutely.
So they checked that. This is something you kind of mentioned, that it looks nice, and I said I don't want it to feel cheap. I wanted it to be obvious that they cared about the cinematography and the music and the characters. Obviously they cared about the music. Obviously they cared about the characters. Obviously they cared about the cinematography. It just felt like they cared in this movie. Galactus needed to be a big bad, and they needed to be respectful of how impressive Galactus is. Yeah,
they did that. Yep.
Yeah, and when Franklin, don't want to get into spoilers here, but I wanted Franklin's existence in the movie to be justified. I didn't want them to just make Sue Storm pregnant and have a child and not have Franklin be a part of the story or his powers be a part of the story, because he is such a big thing in the comics. He's basically God. They do that. I'm not going to get into spoilers. The only thing they kind of...
Something about Franklin, though, that not getting into spoilers... Okay, you see that she's pregnant in trailers, and then you know that Franklin's in the movie, so you can assume that Franklin is born, okay?
Yeah.
There's a scene where Franklin is born. That's the best scene in the movie.
Yes.
That sequence is part of a sequence.
Yes.
That's just...
Yes.
But, like, that alone justified him being in the movie, in my opinion. Like,
Sure.
I know that you wanted other things to happen with Franklin, which I think do happen.
Yes.
But... That sequence alone is worth it for Franklin to be in the movie, for that sequence to be as tense as it is.
Yeah, no, it's very good. The only thing that I wanted the main characters to start tying in to some other stuff, and I don't want to get into spoilers.
Yep.
But of my expectations, I think, yeah, they were all pretty much met. The movie really helped keep me... This movie, Fantastic Four, really helped keep me interested in the future of the MCU. I don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah. I know where you're going.
Yeah.
We will get into spoilers.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'm wrong. I'm going to bump this up to an 8 out of 10. Just we're in the middle of this review, and already you're just reminding me about all the good things. I do have major complaints about Fantastic Four, and we will get into that in negatives. I have a couple more positives I want to go over first. Okay. But like now we're 20 minutes into this, and you're right. Like I am too low on this movie because there is so many positives with it. So I'm changing my score. I'm going to make it an 8 out of 10. Okay. You're an 8.5. I'm an 8. Okay. You're right. And I'll probably bump it up after I see it again. But we will get into my negatives. We have to get into one of my biggest positives real quick, though. The Silver Surfer action.
Yeah. Yes.
Is actually peak. Like, I think peak is a word that is thrown around too often nowadays.
Sure.
And so is the word aura. But if I was to describe the Silver Surfer action in Fantastic Four First Steps,
you would use both those words.
The words that I would use to describe are peak and aura.
There are some that feel like they were ripped straight out of a comic page. Mm-hmm. Taking Silver Surfer literally and
so
and
cool.
Putting that into insane sequences.
So cool.
Yeah, I saw you like squirming.
That's when I was freaking out. Yeah, like
I mean, I agree that those scenes were so cool. Like, and they didn't have to do it like that. They didn't need to do it like that. But they did, and we give them props for that. It was really cool.
There's just, like, okay, so everybody knows at this point, we don't talk about these movies before we come on here. Yeah. This is the first time we're talking about this. But we do sit together, like we're sitting together at this premiere, right? It's assigned seating. So we're going to see each other's reactions to some things.
Yeah.
And I really try hard to be as neutral as possible. There are movies like Spiderverse where I couldn't do that. Like, I'm just crying and I'm freaking out and it's amazing and everything like that. And Superman, we didn't even sit together to avoid it, but we just kind of both knew. But this movie, I'm trying so hard to just be like, wow, that's an amazing scene. Like, I'm thinking to myself, wow, this movie's fucking amazing. But, like, I'm not showing that to you. But some of the Silver Surfer sequences, I couldn't control. I was like, oh my gosh, this is the coolest shit ever.
They make Silver Surfer be very cool multiple times.
I just, and it's Shia LaBeouf. It's not Norrin Rad. And I was going into this movie and I was like, what's the justification for this? Okay. We have been told by Marvel or Kevin Feige or something in this capacity that Galactus is a Nexus being. There is no multiversal Galactus. This is the one Galactus. There aren't any more.
Okay.
Which means that there's probably not a Norrin Rad. It's probably just going to be Shia LaBeouf for the Silver Surfer. I kind of thought going into this, oh, what a great way to show that this is a parallel universe because you're going to do Shia LaBeouf instead of Norrin Rad. Female Silver Surfer instead of male. But I think this movie does a great job of like, there are reasons this is the female version that we chose for this film. And there are reasons that the MCU Silver Surfer will be the woman. And I think I just think going into it, some people may feel a certain way. Silver Surfer's a very popular character for good reason. There's a lot of awesome stuff with Silver Surfer that we see in this movie, but this movie, I was like, is it just to show it's a parallel universe with the female? What is the? I think they use sequences in this movie and they do things in this movie that like, yeah, that makes sense. That this is the female Silver Surfer and it really works for this movie in a couple ways.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they justify
absolutely
why. Yeah. I want to hear your cons, because my only con... Are you done with positives?
Yeah, we can go into
my only con, I've already mentioned, my only negative for Fantastic Four is like the second half lost me a little bit. I wasn't sure of the direction. Mm-hmm. I think that will be less of a problem second time I watch it. But yeah, I don't think it's perfect, so I'm interested to see if I agree with anything you say.
Yeah, so I obviously started this episode giving this movie a 7 out of 10. I've now been convinced it's an 8 out of 10. But the reason I feel kind of iffy about Fantastic Four is just like kind of you said, where you were like, oh, the ending started to lose me or whatever. No. The ending didn't start to lose me. It completely lost me. And I'm ready to tell you that I think the ending is bad. And that's fine. I know you disagree with that and everything, but that and endings are so important to movies. You can have in a 2-hour movie an hour and a half that's amazing, and then the last 30 minutes, if I think it's bad, it's really going to hurt the movie. And I don't think the ending is good. I think it's far from it. There are multiple problems I have with the ending. It really lost me in the final sequence. I just kind of feel like it keeps going and going and going and going, and I think that sequence would be good if certain things happened in the sequence, because the going and going feeling of, for lack of a better way of saying it, hopelessness.
Okay, yeah.
I think there's a feeling of hopelessness in the final sequence that is really strong. And I think you can justify the sequence going on as long as it does. If you justify that feeling, I don't think that feeling is justified, because I think there are too many moments in the final sequence that are completely unearned. I can name 2 that we will get into spoilers, that we will get into when we do spoilers, that it's like, there are 3 massive things that happen in the final sequence, and I don't think any of them are earned. One of them you could maybe argue to me is earned, but that one I just think it's kind of poor writing. But then the other 2, I'm going to argue with you every day of the week on that. And so when you have 3 moments in the final 30 minutes that I just disagree with fundamentally the way the movie is written, and you have a sequence that I feel like goes on for too long, yeah, the ending I think is bad and really lost me. There's a character motivation in the final scene that's like, where is this coming from? You have not justified this well enough. Yeah, so that's my number one biggest gripe. And then I have little things. I do still think Joseph Quinn is not hot enough. I think that there are a couple scenes in this movie that I think are better if he's a better looking human being. That being said, he is so incredible in every other aspect that it's not a huge complaint of mine. And again, I got a lot of flack for this a couple months ago. I do still think Vanessa Kirby looks British and looks too British. She does have an American accent throughout the whole movie, and her American accent isn't bad, but there is a moment where she's talking about something in her past, and I'm just like, but that's not your past. You don't look like you're from that place, and that's my feeling, and maybe I'm full of shit, and maybe I'm the only person in the world with that complaint. That's fine. I did not take off a point of this movie. If that was my only complaint with this movie, it would be a 10 out of 10. Like, that's not moving the needle for me. And then I want to hear your thoughts on this. Mm-hmm. A major positive that many people will take away from Fantastic Four is something that I look at as a negative. But I'm going to say this. Many people are going to say this is one of their favorite things. I think Fantastic Four First Steps is a superhero movie from 2004. And I am saying that negatively. But many people will look at that as a positive.
In what way?
I think in every way. I think it's campiness. I think the way it looks. I think the way the characters interact. I think the plot. And I think the character motivations and how convenient certain things are at the end. I think, obviously they're both Fantastic Four movies, but I've been very critical of 05 Fantastic Four, even though our good friends Blake and Garrett from Duck Takes, they're staying with us. They literally both told us point blank yesterday at Blaze Pizza that they love that movie. I've obviously been very critical of it. Oliver, our patron, during Patreon Movie Night, said it's one of his 20 favorite movies of all time. I think that movie's dog shit, one of the worst superhero movies of all time. But
we'll be watching Fan 4 Stick with the patrons this month as well.
Sorry. So I mean this in an offensive way, but many people are going to, I just think tonally, I was just watching this movie and I was like, oh, this is similar. But I think this movie has a lot of similarities to the Raimi trilogy. I think this movie has I think Fantastic Four has a lot of similarities to even Blade, and Watchmen. This felt like an early 2000s comic book superhero movie.
I feel like it was an early 2000s comic book movie if you take it and you update it to be a better version. a more modern version. And the justification for that is obviously the 60s style, and like the whole universe is like that. So it's not like it's main timeline MCU where they're trying to do that randomly. I think there's a justification for it story-wise and plot-wise, setting-wise, but then also it's way more modern and better in some ways in storytelling and in CGI and stuff like that. And where like, yeah, maybe it has like the creamy core or of like a 2000s movie, but it's still wrapped in a 2005 movie.
Sure, yeah. A 2025 movie.
Yes.
There you go.
Or the other way around. I don't know.
But yeah, so those are all my negatives, though. I have very few, but those are the big ones, and those are all the ones, and those are all the ones that matter really much. What are your negatives other than the ending kind of losing you, or is that it?
That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, so how did the ending lose you, and like how did it not lose you, without getting into spoilers?
There's just a lot of, okay, we're doing this. Now we're not doing this. Now we're going to do this.
Yes, there is.
And we're not doing this.
Yes, there is.
And then it's okay because we're going to do this now.
Yep.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
Yeah, and and there's to a certain extent that's fine. But that's why I kind of just felt like I lost kind of the direction because I kept like kind of getting into it. I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. Okay, I'm not supposed to think this is cool anymore. And now that I know the overarching and what we're kind of going to, I can kind of relax during all those scenes. That's why I think I'll like it a little bit more.
Yeah.
But that's one of the reasons, I think.
Sure.
And it's hard to compare it to the first half because I like the first half so much.
The first half is so wonderful.
If the space sequence, if the ending sequence or last 30, 40 minutes or hour or whatever was as good as that, this movie would be like a 9 or a 10 out of 10.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree completely.
So, before we get into spoilers,
I've got a couple more things before we get into spoilers, but you can continue.
like what I was just saying.
So I'm just saying, like, don't get into spoilers.
Yeah, I just said before we get into spoilers.
Okay, go.
You want to do one of yours?
No, you can do one of yours.
I was going to start comparing.
No, let's save that for right before spoilers. Let me do all these first, real quick.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
And that was nice. So, my biggest question about Fantastic Four. Do you think people will like this movie?
Yes.
You think this is going to be beloved by fans? Or well-liked by fans?
I think generally, yeah, I think people will like it, yes.
Okay, let me just counter-argue here real quick. Because overall, Thunderbolts, it didn't do well at the box office, but it was very well-liked by the community.
Correct.
Okay, this is just my counter, okay? There's very little action in this movie.
Yeah.
Most of this movie is dialogue.
Okay, keep going.
Like, this has the blueprint of a movie that critics like, that audiences do not like, in my opinion.
That's very not 2000 superhero movie, by the way.
You're right. That's a fair argument against my argument. But there's also no action in 2005 Fantastic Four, and that movie sucks.
That movie, yeah, that movie's rough. They're gonna hate us for that.
Yeah, I know. I don't care.
Yes, I don't know because just look at it. Look at phase 4 through 6. We're in phase 6 now.
Yeah.
I think when movies are good, the audience generally backs it.
Yeah.
The audience generally backs Guardians 3. They back Thunderbolts.
Yep.
So I think they'll back this because I feel like it's pretty clearly, I think it's pretty obviously not on the same level as Quantumania or
absolutely
or Brave New World or Love and Thunder and stuff like that. I feel like
Multiverse of Madness.
Sure, I feel like people will come out of this. That's what I said. One of my expectations or needs was like I want to feel like they cared about this movie. You can kind of come out of Love and Thunder and Quantumania and be like, oh, they were just giving us something. But no, they feel like they cared about Fantastic Four, and I think most people will recognize that and enjoy this movie. We're talking spoilers for Fantastic Four First Steps.
Here's your spoiler
Swipe
warning.
away.
Yes.
Click away.
Unless you've seen the movie, then stay.
And then stay and hang out.
Yeah.
Escape with us.
Yeah.
All right.
Go for it. What do you want to start with?
My number one thing, I just had a couple, but my number one point was, what did you think about the last fight? Because I knew.
Yeah. Really lost me.
Okay, go. What were the three things? Because I'm about to argue
Yeah. I don't think Silver Surfer's motivation is earned.
Okay, disagree.
I hate that Sue dies and then Franklin brings her back. And I, like...
Just being a hater.
What's my last thing?
Yeah, you don't even freaking know. You don't even freaking know.
I think Sue beating Galactus is super BS.
Okay.
Super BS.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, especially because it goes on for so long.
It goes on for so long.
I do like... Okay, number one, there's two reasons why it's a little bit better. Number one, she literally dies doing it.
Sure. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So it's not like it was a walk in the park for her. She literally dies.
Yep.
Okay, and number two, some of the other people were helping her. Like he was finally starting to stand up.
And he knocks down the building. I get that.
Trips,
yep.
Right?
Yep.
But yeah, it is still a little bit... And third, it is kind of like a mom thing where it was like she's literally watching her baby get sucked into space. So she taps into something that she normally can't do.
But move the fight closer to the thing, and it's one big push.
Yes.
That would be... But it's literally her doing this for 5 minutes.
I agree. Yes. It goes on too long. I agree.
Okay.
I'm with you there.
And also, write it so that it doesn't kill her. I don't care that we've been spending the entire movie telling us that Franklin is an otherworldly, godly being. I don't care that you've been doing that. I think it is so cheap to have actually killed her and then brought her back. How many movies have we seen with the end? I mean, this is where I said the early 2000s bullshit. This is straight out of fucking Narnia. She's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, she's alive. Yeah. Oh my, we've already cried and mourned her. I mean, it's 2006.
No, I agree. Yes.
That aggravated the fuck out. We've seen this a million times.
Yes. It's very on the nose and potentially campy that, have someone die in the last final battle and people are standing around her and then she coughs and she comes back. 100% I get that. It doesn't bother me to the extent that it bothers you, especially because the motivation for it is proving to that family that Franklin is actually who Galactus says he was, because up until that point, Reed still had not proven or figured out what he was.
Okay.
And to use the mom's death as a sign of like Franklin is God. Made it a little bit more justified for me. It wasn't just like, we pulled her out from rubble and he's holding her and then he starts crying and then she just breathes again.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a little bit of a better motivation for it, and that motivation is Franklin and the revelation of Franklin. So that made it a little bit better for me, but I do agree. And also that scene also goes on a little bit too long.
Yes.
Reed is doing this, and there's a montage of him doing that, and then the cliche thing of Thing coming over, putting his hand on his shoulder and making him stop, and then Johnny standing there, and then getting Franklin, and Franklin being sad, then putting Franklin down. So this goes on too long, that goes on too long, it's a little too campy, but it's not to the point where, like, I'm hating it.
Okay, so you just mentioned how those two go on too long. Silver Surfer's out of nowhere. So it's either too long or unearned and too quick.
The motivations make sense.
For Silver Surfer.
Correct. It's a little Deus Ex Machina of her to come in. It's literally, she's like on frame for like literally 5 seconds.
Yes.
She flies in, knocks him through the portal, gone. So yes, pacing wise, it was a little bit of a whiplash to have her come in like that. But motivation wise, you got to give it to them.
But I don't think I will give it to them.
I think you're wrong.
Norrin Rad often turns on Galactus.
Yeah.
It's a story that we see often. It's the story that you get in Rise of the Silver Surfer, the 2007 movie. It's a story that we get a lot with the Fantastic Four, is the male Silver Surfer turning on Galactus. And the way it happens is he falls in love with humanity and the beauty of humanity through Sue Storm. Okay? But because it's the female, they do it through Johnny. And she's aware of what she's doing. You're just playing her the cries of all these people and then reminding her of her humanity from her own planet or whatever. which I didn't love that sequence either. That little flashback sequence, it was shot weird. It looked weird. I wasn't a big fan of that.
It was a little weird, but...
You do that, and it was just like, and it's 20 or 30 minutes before, and then the final battle takes so long, so I've even forgotten she's in the movie.
Sure, again.
And it's just, I think it's so much more earned in, like, I don't think it's earned in Rise of Silver Surfer. I guess it is earned in Rise of Silver Surfer, but that movie sucks. But, like, in comics, I think that Norrin Rad, especially because everybody falls in love with Sue Storm. Namor's in love with Sue Storm.
I read a comic.
Yeah,
crazy.
nice.
The one I read, he didn't fall. Yeah, I guess he fell in love, but it was more. Yeah, he fell in love with humanity through Ben Grimm's girlfriend, who in this movie is like
New character. This is a different
character. Yeah, normally she's blind, right?
Yeah.
So he falls in love with her.
Yeah.
Or she shows him humanity.
Yeah.
So it wasn't Sue. But either way, I think I agree with you on the pacing and the weirdness of the structure of it being the scene, and then we don't see her again and then we see her for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. But the motivations, they do a good job because they let her see Johnny at the start, and he has that whole comedic scene of we shared a moment with the alien girl.
Yeah. Hilarious, by the way. Good jokes.
And then they have another scene in Galactus's space, whatever. And then the scene, they let Johnny, the translation thing is throughout the movie. So it is a nice theme throughout the movie of, they literally start the movie with the little disc and giving it to Johnny and letting Johnny figure that out while Reed's working on stuff. And then the scene where he's playing it on all the different screens. You might not think it's justified, but to have that thrown in your face, like she's been able to do it for this long because she hasn't been thinking about it like this. She hasn't been hearing these cries. She's just doing what she feels like she had to save her planet. And then Johnny's line of, you saved your planet, that's all I'm trying to do, I think really it was a good job. Now, again, and then we don't see her for 30 minutes. I agree with you there. But the motivation of her coming back and doing it is justified by that scene. And I think that scene is really well done. I think it's shot really well. And I think the acting is really well done. And some of the writing is really well done. That it makes it good for me. Not perfect, again, because I agree with you on the Deus Ex Machina craziness.
Very convenient.
Yeah. I thought Johnny was dead.
So...
And that was a little bit of a whiplash. You think Johnny's going to die, and then Silver Surfer's kind of not dead. But,
and now Sue is dead, but now she's alive. It's just...
Yeah, but the reason... It kind of lost me because, like I said, obviously... I didn't know what direction we were going because we're going to stop Galactus in space. Then we can't do that. We're coming back. And for some reason, we're telling everybody that he wants our kid. Bad decision, by the way, Reed.
Awful
decision. Why are all the Reeds making one bad... This is Black Bolt.
Reed Richards' number one weakness in the MCU is not ice. It's not cold. It's not anything from the comics. It's not the ultimate nullifier. It's not his hubris. No. It's his blatant honesty in the MCU.
Yes.
He can't shut the fuck up.
When he was at the press conference saying that, I was like, why are we telling the public this?
Yeah.
Anyways. What the frick was I talking about? Oh, so then we come back and our plan is... There was some plan before moving the Earth. I can't remember what the frick it was, but then it was like... We're going to move the Earth, and then we can't do that. Now we're going to move Galactus. Now we can't do that. So that's why I was like, motivation, and the last scene goes on for a little bit too long. But I do like the way they were using their powers. I like Reed jumping on his back and pouring the lava out. I like Thing getting hit into the air and Johnny having to catch him. And the general plan of how we get him there and the subterranean thing and swapping out the baby. I thought it was all pretty entertaining. It does just go on too long, and this stuff was... It could have been better. Again, that's why I said if the last sequence was as good as the space sequence, I think this would be a 9 or a 10 out of 10.
I'm with you there.
Yeah.
It is interesting. Nobody hates Man of Steel more than me. It has become one of the most... influential superhero movies of all time because of the backlash of Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Every single movie since with citywide destruction
Has it?
required a line or scene about how the people are not dead.
Yeah.
I think that's fascinating. What an impact that has had on our society, our superhero niche. Every BVS has a line about it. Obviously, we just went over it with Superman. Now there's the whole subterranean subplot in this movie. It's every movie now. So we know exactly where Doomsday is going, which is fascinating.
You mean the end credit scene of Fantastic Four being Doctor Doom?
And the end credit scene of Thunderbolts. Now it all makes sense.
Why?
Doom steals Franklin, wants his power, takes him to another universe where he can masquerade as this hero, and they follow him because he's got their baby. The plot of Doomsday will probably be he's got Franklin Richards, and we're trying to get Franklin back. And the Avengers on Earth
Have to help the Fantastic
616 in the MCU, but really 1999999, the Avengers of that Earth will help because it's a baby.
So does that mean at the end of Doomsday, our Fantastic Four is going back? This Fantastic Four?
Probably.
So we're not going to have one in the main timeline of the MCU?
Probably.
That would be stupid. Maybe they get stuck here somehow.
Will we have a main MCU considering this reboot that Feige is now talking about?
I need to look more into that.
We'll talk about that on our next episode.
Yeah.
You'll do your research. Another complaint I have for spoilers is why is Ben Grimm incapable of saying it's clobbering time unironically?
Yeah, I don't like that either.
It aggravates the fuck out of me. I thought this was the movie with how campy it is and everything like that. That this was the one where that's gonna be his shtick.
Yeah, we can have Herbie and travel throughout the universe with a warp, a black hole, and send Silver Surfer, and we're gonna use teleportation devices to transport the Earth to a distant side of the galaxy. All we have Subterranea and Mole Man. But we can't have the thing say it's clobbering time. It was an interesting decision. It bothered me a little bit. But
it bothered me a little bit. Not enough to like remove a point or anything, but it's aggravating. It's like, why can't we do that?
Yeah. I want to go back to the end credit scene.
Yeah. Well, of course. We didn't talk about it at all.
Yeah.
It's probably the biggest takeaway from the movie.
So the end credit scene of Fantastic Four is really interesting, because one of my needs for this movie was to make me want to see more and to connect it to the general universe. And obviously it does that. One of your needs for this movie was Doctor Doom had to be in it. You thought he was going to be in it more.
Yes.
We don't even see his face, but
the
holding of the mask and the hood, and it being this close to the child.
Yeah.
Great shot.
Great shot. And guess what? I think they did a good enough job including Doom in this universe where I think I'm okay.
Good.
You know why?
The little Latveria thing?
Yes.
Yeah, he wasn't there at the
Yes! That's enough for me, I think. That every country, essentially, in the world
is fans of Fantastic
is
Four
there
and
except him, I think is good enough for me.
Yeah. So...
Like, I think it's probably not. You're probably going to need to start Doomsday with his origin. But, like, I think that's good enough. When I saw that, I was like, oh, that's what I need.
Do you think... So, that Doom right there...
That's RDJ.
That's RDJ,
Gotta
right?
be.
I think so, too.
Gotta be. I know that they didn't show his
universe.
face, but it's gotta be him.
I mean, I think that's why.
Because it is RDJ.
Yeah.
And they want to save that reveal?
They want to save that, and also they don't want to pay him to be there.
I love you so
they don't
much.
want to play RDJ for literally 3 seconds of when you can just have the hood.
Yeah.
But no, I think, is the Fantastic Four end credit scene the best end credit scene?
No.
Not ever, but since... What's a Phase 4, 5, or 6 end credit scene that's better?
Far From Home.
Which one's that?
His identity being revealed, which brings back J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson, reveals his identity, directly leads into No Way Home.
Far From Home is technically in Phase 3.
You're right. It's technically the last movie in Phase 3.
which is dumb.
Okay,
but we're gonna count it.
I'm gonna mention these two because they are my favorites from Phase 4. You're probably not putting either of these ahead.
You like the Loki one from Quantumania.
The Loki one from Quantumania is amazing, but that's not what I was going to
definitely
say.
not better
That's not
than
what I was going
Doctor
to say.
Doom. Okay.
That's not what I was going to say.
Okay.
Both Eternals ones. I love. I know.
That don't lead anywhere.
They don't lead anywhere now because one of them is Blade, and that movie's never
You're more
happening.
excited for Blade than Doctor Doom
They're just great scenes.
kidnapping freaking Franklin Richards
They're
in the
great.
Baxter Building.
They're
Frick off.
They're great scenes. Harry Styles.
that scene.
Harry Styles as Eros is amazing casting.
Bro.
I was so excited about that, and I love. Are you sure about that, Mr. Whitman? I love that with Kit Harington. I love
You
those.
like that better than Sue
love-
Storm activating her powers, walking around the corner, and seeing Doctor Doom, probably played by Robert Downey Jr.,
I love those
chatting
scenes.
with Franklin Richards.
I love those scenes.
Frick that. No.
I love those scenes. I'm sorry.
I don't think there's a... Yeah, there's...
I love those scenes, but otherwise, you're probably right. It's Loki after credits in Quantumania, the two Eternal scenes. We can't count Far From Home because it's technically Phase 3.
Deadpool and Wolverines was funny with Chris Evans doing his thing.
Yeah.
But still not better. What's Guardians 3? I don't even remember.
Guardians 3, one of them is the new team. And
Yeah,
then,
the new team.
And then the other one is
Don't know.
the Peter Quill at his house.
No, he does that.
Yeah, but he's at his house and they're like talking about like a lawnmower or something. And he's like mowing the
right.
lawn or whatever. Yeah,
I think Fantastic Four has the best end credit scene since Endgame, except Far From Home. But even then, that's tough.
It's a great end credit scene, and it's going to feed us for a year.
Thunderbolts is good too, but this one is like a better version of it to me because you actually see.
I think that, okay, here we go. In terms of leading towards the future,
it's the best.
the Doctor Doom kidnapping Franklin Richards in the Baxter Building is better than the Thunderbolts after credit scene. The Thunderbolts after credit scene I like better as a scene.
It's better. It's more entertaining.
It's the longest after credit scene by far.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious.
It's funny.
You've got
Avengers.
He is not smart, litigious man. I am smart man. That's Avengers with a Z. That's hilarious. This is why we're the Avengers with the Z. And then the whole thing, how to go talking to Sam, it went poorly. That all.
The Red Guardian riding
the Sentry. All that. So I like that scene better, but for the future, this one's better.
That's fair. There's basically one more thing I want to talk about. I want to talk about the space sequence. The space sequence in Fantastic Four, like I said, is one of my favorite parts of a superhero movie that I can remember. Mm-hmm. Meaning from when they left Earth to when they're talking to Galactus to when they're fleeing Galactus to the warp chase scene to the black hole fake out to the birth to home, all of that. Obviously, I think the birth part is the best, but I'm talking about everything in space was just so wildly entertaining. Because we get the Galactus reveal, we get his eyes and him leaning forward. That scene is amazing. We get the dialogue between them, which is great. We get the reveal that Franklin Richards, when they're in space and they're scanning the ship and then it locks onto her belly, crazy.
You loved that. I know you loved that.
Him requesting the baby, then the fight scene where Johnny is taking out the tubes and distracting Galactus, and then the hand coming through, and Sue using her powers on Silver Surfer, Herbie getting the freaking stuff. All that was amazing. Silver Surfer's powers that we see, her keeping up with them in the warp, her surfing the lava, aura, awesome, obviously. This is all part of the space sequence. It's crazy.
And her almost getting Franklin
In the belly, and then them taking off, her catching up, Johnny having to figure out how to shoot her through the warp hole, Reed using his powers in the thing to reach around the ship and use his freaking brain. I love that. They let all of them use their powers in this sequence, which is why I say, like, they have that montage at the start, which I really, really like, where they let you get 5 to 10 minutes of them just being superheroes. Thank you so much for putting that in there.
I was emotional during the news broadcast.
Yeah.
Because they did their origin perfectly.
Yeah.
perfectly, and it's exactly what they should be. They are heroes to them. They are the goats to them. They're the most famous people in the world. Everything they do is right. That is the point of the Fantastic Four, because they're fucking fantastic. And seeing them be fantastic at everything they do. When you see him do the he's fighting the orangutan and he kicks him and he goes flying, and Ben is saving the ship in the ocean, and Sue being invisible to avoid the congressman that she doesn't want to talk to, good. And this and that. It's just it's so perfect. It's so good. That sequence, I was watching that. I was like, this is the best MCU movie.
No, it was great. And then we get their powers there as well. You know, they could have had Reed in the ship doing all that stuff without using his powers, but they let him reach across the ship to do this, and putting that in there really makes me happy. Him figuring out where a black hole is, how to use the black hole, her using her powers while she's having contractions to make the ship invisible and fake out the Silver Surfer and send them. Then him doing the calculations, them all working together. This is another thing where they're all the relationships are all good. Thing is giving Johnny crap for shooting. Johnny and Thing are trying to figure out how to get it up to 0.88% of the trajectory, and Reed's telling them that's the number they need to get to. Then Reed's helping her, and the shot of them kind of coming face to face while she's having the contractions with a black hole behind them was insane. And then her going invisible while she's pushing. Like, what are we doing? Oh, it's so good. I loved all of that. All of it was great.
Something that you're not going to mention, which is fine because it's not really your wheelhouse. Johnny's right. Those astronaut suits are fucking awesome.
That was a funny scene too.
But those are the best suits in the movie. Those are the Fantastic Four First Steps has some of the best suits in the MCU, period. Everybody looks good. Everybody looks comic accurate. Galactus looks fucking incredible.
Yep.
But the Fantastic Four main suits are great, and the space suits are even better. With the four on the side, it's just so good.
I like that they had the four on their seatbelts, the four on their shoes. Like when they're walking, it left an imprint.
It's so fire.
It's awesome.
It's awesome. So awesome.
No, I can't really think of a sequence that in a superhero movie I've liked more than just that. All of that.
It was a great sequence.
Yeah.
But I do like the broadcast more. That was my favorite scene in the movie.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
But the space is second. Like the space is, and I mean, but like my favorite moment in the movie is her surfboarding the lava.
They let her do that. They let her do that on water. They let her do that in space.
When she...
In the black hole, she was doing that through stuff.
It was so cool.
It was so cool.
But when the first shot of her surfboarding the lava, it's the circle. What's it called? Like the tube when you surf as a professional surfer surfs in water, but it was lava. That's the first shot. When that is a high-def image, you better believe that'll be a wallpaper of mine. Like that, I was like, holy shit. That was special.
Yeah, it was cool.
8.5. Yeah, you've definitely got me to an 8, and I definitely think I might be a 9 after rewatch. It's just the ending.
No, there's some stuff. There's some stuff.
And that's the last thing. That's the impression you get when you leave the theater. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's at the end. I think I'll stay at an 8.5. Probably.
Maybe. Yeah, probably. We'll see how tonight goes.
Okay.
But
anything else?
I mean, we're good. Obviously, we talked about the movie more than we thought we would. It's a good movie, and we assume we'll be talking about this for years to come.
Thanks.
It is. Oh, I should have said this at the start. This is not a spoiler thing. We'll add this to a short. The Fantastic Four First Steps is by far the best Fantastic Four movie we've ever gotten by a country mile. I know that that's a very low bar.
Yeah.
But, like, that is so important to say. Obviously, it is not Head and Shoulders. It is, like, not night and day. It is Galactus and an ant better than Fantastic.
Yeah.
And anybody that has any nostalgia for the 2005 Fantastic Four, some of them were at the premiere. I'm happy for y'all. Oh, my coach was at the premiere. Whatever. The movie sucks. Get over yourself. But I'm happy for you that you like that movie. You will probably no longer like that movie after this one. There's kind of an effect online. A lot of people that thought they liked Man of Steel don't really like it anymore because Superman is so good and Superman is so much better in every way.
But there are also people that are doubling down.
Those people are idiots.
I agree.